Welcome to Kairos, my name is Julio Rivera and today you're going to finally learn the basics of web development so you can create your own website using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And it doesn't matter if you have never programmed because here you will learn from zero with real life examples. In this case, we're going to create the landing page for this Magic Kit, which is a product I created for a magic company, one of my companies, and this is the final result you will create. So we have here some information. We have a get started button that gets to the images of the product. We have a video, we have a countdown, and this website is completely responsive. This means that the website adapts to different screen sizes, like if you are on mobile. For example, these images get smaller until a certain point where they collapse and create this layout. And when the screen is even smaller, these links right here, they also collapse into this menu, which you can toggle, like this hamburger menu, and you're going to learn how to create all of that. This course is perfect for those who want to create your own website from zero, or maybe you're using a page builder like Elementor with WordPress, Shopify, Squarespace, Wix, Weebly, Hostinger, whatever you're using, and you want to adapt it so it looks the way you want, or maybe you want to add some functionality. For example, at my magic company, we have an e-commerce and we use WordPress with this page builder, a drag and drop page builder. But there are some functionalities that it doesn't have, for example, a countdown functionality. So I just added a few lines of code and I created this countdown right here. I also wanted to make these images rounded with the corners rounded and use with a single line of CSS, which is used for styling. I solved it. So this is great for anyone who wants to learn web development from zero, one of the greatest skills you can learn nowadays. So I hope you are excited. Let's begin. How do websites work and what is HTML, CSS and JavaScript? Don't worry, I'm not gonna make this boring. I'm going to show you with a real life example. So imagine we want to create the website I just showed you, that landing page for this Magic Kit. First, we have to think about the content we want to add. In this case, for example, we want to add the name of the product, which will be a title, maybe a short description, which will be a paragraph, a button to go buy the product, and maybe some product images right here. Okay, so the content is defined by HTML. That's the first thing we have to think about. HTML stands for Hypertext Markdown Language. So this is not a programming language. This only defines the content we're going to add. Now we want to style it. We're going to style it with CSS, Cascading Style Sheet. Why is it this name? We will learn in the future. But what it does, it tells the content how it has to look. So for example, we want the name to be on the middle, as well as the paragraph. Okay, so it's not going to be at the left, it's going to be on the middle. And then we are going to add some spacing, and the button is going to be very big and also in the middle. Then we're going to add another section with the images right next to the other, like this. And maybe we want to add a red background right here, and maybe we want the button to have rounded corners. So this is defined by CSS. But first we have to define the content, then we added some styling, and then what we're going to do is add functionality with what is called JavaScript. Okay, this is the real programming language which we can use to create things like, okay, when you click this button, I want a pop-up to appear, and maybe in that pop-up I want a countdown, so it says, hey, 3 hours 1 minute and 8 seconds until it finishes. Click here to take this promotion. So this is done by JavaScript. So this is how websites work. HTML define the content, CSS define the styling, and JavaScript define the functionality. So we're going to create our first website, really simple one. For this, you can use the notepad, okay? So you don't see it, but I'm going to open the notepad because websites are plain text. You don't need anything else than a text editor. You can even use Word or any program that allows you to create some text. Now with the notepad, you're going to save this file as HTML. But first, we're going to add some content. Imagine I have here the title, the name of the product. So I'm going to say product name. I'm going to add here the description of the product and a button like which says buy me. Okay, how do we tell the website, the browser, that this is a title, this is a paragraph, and this is a button? Well, the title, it's called heading, so we add an H, and we have different headings. We can have a heading 1, heading 2, which means that let me show you right here. So heading 1 will be a main heading, like very important. We have a title, which will be a heading 1. Okay, we have a subtitle, which will be heading 2, then a title smaller, and then one smaller, which will be A3, H4, etc. Okay, and how does the browser knows that this H1 is not text, and it means that this is a heading? Well, we only add brackets, one at the beginning, one at the end, and then we close it again with another H1 and a close tag. Okay, so this is how we make it. We add here H1 at the beginning with a bracket opening and closing it, and another one at the end with at the beginning, a tag that closes it. Okay, this means it's being closed. Okay, so these tags are defining the area where we have a heading 1, which is a title. So this will be transformed into a title because it's between an H1 tag and a closing H1 tag with this slash right here. And a paragraph, well, just add P because it's a paragraph and a closing paragraph. And a button, really simple, just add button and a closing button. Now, if we save this as text, it's not going to work. But if we save as and say all files, so we can modify the extension and say website.html, so it's an HTML file, which is the extension for websites, for web pages. We save this, close this, and now when we open this file, which I should have it over here, okay, here is the website file. If I open it, you can see here we have a title with the product name, a description, and a button. Of course, this doesn't work because we haven't added any functionality, but at least we have the content. And now I can, this file, right click, open with Notepad. If you don't have it here, you can say choose another app and use the Notepad, okay, or any text editor. I can open one right to the next, and if I change this from product name to, or maybe add an H2, so it's H2 subtitle, okay, and a closing H2, save. If I refresh here, we have a subtitle, and you can see it's smaller because it has H2. If we add an H3, it will be smaller, etc. But we want to add some styling. How can we do it? Well, we create an style tag. So we add here a style, an opening tag, and if you create an opening tag, you need a closing tag. Great. And here we can style it with CSS. We will learn later on everything you need to know about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. This is just a real example. You can follow along so you can try and learn what each part is doing. Okay, so now imagine we want to make the title blue. Okay, so I'm going to say H1, I'm going to open these brackets right here, and I'm going to say the color, 2 points, is going to be blue. I'm going to close it and close the bracket. File, save. If I refresh, the title is blue. If I change this blue to red and save, refresh, and you can see the product is red. Let's make something more complex. I'm going to take the button, opening bracket. Make sure when you open something, you open the bracket here, you close it here. When you open the 2 points, you close it here, okay? And I'm going to say, okay, the button is going to have a background color of red and a text color of white, okay? And I'm even going to add a border radius, which, well, let me do this first so you can see it, okay? So I'm going to save, refresh, and you can see white text, red background. I'm going to add now a border radius of 10 pixels. Pixels is the main unit used to measure things in a website, because a screen is made out of pixels, so each pixel is 1 unit of size. Okay, so if I save this, you can see now if I refresh, the borders are rounded. And I can even add some spacing, adding padding. Okay, this is what is used for spacing. So maybe I can add 10 pixels. Remember to always close each line. I save it and refresh, and now the button is bigger. Or maybe I can add a text ball. I can add whatever you want. All the websites that you see on the internet are created with this basic CSS, okay? But now we want to add some functionality. Well, this is created with an script tag, okay? So we open the tag, we close it, and here we can add any functionality we want. For example, I want to create an alert, so when the people load the page, I say, welcome to my page, for example. So I create alert here, open, this command right here is to say I'm going to use text. Don't worry, we will go in deep in JavaScript. This is just an example. So I'm going to say welcome to my page. Again, this one is not content, it's not HTML that I'm adding here. It's JavaScript because it's a script. So this won't be shown on the website. Let me show you how it will be shown. So I'm going to save, refresh. And here I have an alert that I can close. So each time the user refreshes the page, they see this alert right here. So that's what JavaScript does. It allows you to add a functionality to your page. That can be a menu, a countdown, or anything you imagine. When you see video games that you can play in the browser, they are created, all of them, with JavaScript. And any website you have seen with some crazy functionalities like Google Maps, where you can go around the map, save stuff, all that is created with JavaScript, CSS, and HTML. So I hope you understand the basics. Now we can begin with the course. Although websites are plain text and you can create them with any text editor like Notepad, I don't recommend you to do so. It's better if you use a proper code editor. In this case, we're going to use Visual Studio Code, which is the most used one all over the world, and it's completely free. You can download it for Windows, Mac, install it, and you're ready to go. And also, I left a link at kairosplan.com in this basic web course. If you are watching it on YouTube, you will have a link in the description. So you can download all the resources and code we are going to create so you can follow along with each lesson. So you go to this link, you go to code, download, and when you download it, okay, if you open this folder, extract, you will see here all the files we will be using, images, etc. You will have all the resources needed. So now you can open your Visual Studio Code, and the last step is to go here to extensions, and you're going to install an extension called Live Preview, so we can see the changes we are making to our code in real life. Okay, so it's this one created by Microsoft. It has this check right here, so make sure it has more than 6.9 million downloads. It's created from Microsoft, and you install it. Later on, I will show you how to use it. Again, you don't need all these tools. You can do everything I will teach you in plain text with Notepad or any text editor. But this way you will code faster and easier. So I really recommend you to download Visual Studio Code and download all the resources I left at GitHub. The most important tool you will be using when developing a website or modifying it is the developer tools from your browser. So it doesn't matter if you are using Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Brave, or any browser. You go to any website you want, right-click, inspect, and you have this right here with all the HTML, CSS, and you can even run JavaScript in the console. Maybe you have it at the bottom. If you click these three dots, you can put it at the bottom, at the side, or wherever you prefer. I'm going to make it float so you can see it better in the video. And here we have all the elements. Here we have the navbar, the hero section, the countdown right here. So this is the countdown, the video, and we can start modifying these things. So if I click here, I can select any element I want, for example, this button. And if I double click on get started, I can say buy now. And the text changes if I click enter. And also when I select an element like this button, I have here all the CSS of this button. So I can change, for example, the background. I can make it blue. And maybe the text, I want to make it a yellow-green, for example. And I can even add more properties. So if I add here, if I click here, I can add a border of 1 pixel and color is going to be white, for example. Okay, so 1 pixel solid white, and now I have a solid border of 1 pixel and color white. In the console right here, I can even run JavaScript. So if I say here alert hello, for example, now the website says hello. So what I want you to do is to go to any website you want, right click, inspect, open the developer tools as you have right here, and start seeing all the HTML, the styling, and start changing it. Okay, so maybe you can go to Google. Of course, when you go to any website, they are very complex, even if they don't seem so, and you will see a very complex HTML with lots of divs, weird classes, and weird attributes you don't understand now, but try to change those things. For example, here I have it in Spanish, but here it says shop. I'm going to translate it. For example, I'm going to change tienda for shop, which is the meaning in Spanish of shop. And I'm going to change the color from white to maybe red. And I'm going to add more padding. Instead of 5 pixels, what happens if I add 50? You can see it adds a lot of space. In fact, you can see it here, the margin and the padding. Okay, so when you select an element, this green right here is the padding and the orange is the margin. You can even see it in that pop-up that appear. You can see the color, the font, the margin, padding, and a lot of properties. So this way you can start learning how websites are made, how is the structure of websites, what are div, which are dividers that divide the layout of the website in different zones, what are paragraph, images, how can you add anchors, which are links, how can you add buttons, how can you add inputs, so you can input text, input your password, your email, and start analyzing every website you go to and try changing different things. This way you will get used to the properties of HTML, CSS, and in the future we will add also JavaScript, which is the most advanced. So I hope you find useful this tool. I'm going to show you how a basic HTML document looks like. But first, let me share with you 2 resources that you're going to find very helpful. First, we have w3schools.com. If you go to the left, HTML, you have all the information you will need about HTML documents. How is a basic HTML document structure? You have here headings, paragraphs, styles, everything is explained here. And you have also this website called developer.mozilla.org, and you have references, HTML, and the same. You have all the HTML elements you can use. So you don't have to memorize them. The best way to learn is to create real-life projects and try to solve real-life problems. So you are going to try to create a website, maybe for a product, as we are going to do in this course. And when you find a problem or something you don't know how to solve, search it online. These are great websites to search at, and then try to understand what they are explaining. Try to read the documentation and then apply it to the project you are creating. This is the best way to learn and the easiest one. The more you practice, the easier it will become. Okay, so now we're going to create our first HTML document. For this, you're going to create a folder for this course. In this case, I'm going to call it web course, for example. And inside, we are going to create a new folder for this module called 1HTML. Okay, remember, you have all these files, all these resources at GitHub at kairosplan.com. If you go to kairosplan.com, find this basic website course for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and you will have the resources at the lesson. Okay, now when you are here, you are going to open this folder with Visual Studio Code. Okay, so you open Visual Studio Code and you can just drag this folder right here and it will be opened. Okay, so we have it here open. You can also go to File, Open File, and open it. Okay, so when we create here a new file, if you see here, I'm in the folder HTML, and we're going to create a new file called index.html. Okay, index is what a naming convention for the main document of your website. Okay, so when you go to any website like google.com, index is the file that is using. Okay, now if I want to see the changes that I'm making, for example, if I add here a heading that says hello, if I want to see those changes, I have to go to the folder, open the file, and see the changes. And if I change something like a hello world, I have to save here, pressing Ctrl or Command S, go here to the website and refresh. And this is very slow. So we have a solution. I told you to install the extension called Live Preview, right? Okay, so we have this extension installed. And how can we use it? By the way, you can go back to your files here, Explorer. Okay, so we are back to our files. You can go to this bar at the top, add this bracket, and search Live Preview, and you will find Live Preview Start Server. You press it, and now you have the website right next to your code. You can close this because we don't need. And when you change things, those things are changed in real time, so we can see all the changes very fast. Okay, this will help us to be faster. Now we're going to delete everything. We're going to save. And what is the basic structure of an HTML document? Well, you can write this character, an expression mark, and then press Tab. With Visual Studio Code, it creates the basic HTML structure, but I'm going to show you, so don't worry. First of all, we have this here, an opening bracket, an expression mark, and it says doc type, so the type of this document is HTML. Okay, and it's a closing bracket. That's it. It only tells the browser that this document is HTML. Great. Now we have an opening HTML tag. Remember, every time we open a tag, we have a closing tab here at the bottom with this slash. And in this case, it has an attribute because HTML tags can have attributes. It's where we add information. In this case, we are adding the language, English, but it could be Spanish, for example. You can find, again, at the websites I told you, the different languages you can add here. Okay, you can even add English from the US, from the UK, Spanish from Spain or from Mexico, etc. Okay, in this case, we're going to leave it in English. This is very important because although we are going to write, we can write English here, and we can have here Spanish as the language, or the opposite, we can have it in English and here add Español. But this is, although the experience for the viewers is going to be the same, this information is used by Google, okay? So when you open Google and you search, for example, the website, this website I told you, so you search for W3 schools, okay? You will get a language, the website that will be shown will be based on this information, okay? So this information is for Google, it's not for people, or also it's an accessibility attribute, so it's also used for blind people. There's people that they don't see, and they use these attributes to have the information they need for the website, okay? So it's important to add it because it will impact your search results, okay? And as you can see here, Google has here a title, which is W3 Schools Online Web Tutorials, and when we enter, we have that title here at the top as well, okay? This title is the one we have in between these title tags. So we change here like a website title, you can see it also changes here. That's the title that Google gets, and that is also shown here in the tab bar. But we can add more things. For example, we can add a meta tag called name, description, and content. A website description goes here, okay? So this meta tag adds meta information. The meta information, again, is not for users, it's for Google. So this description right here is the one that Google uses to show it here in the search result. Not only Google, but there's also something called Open Graph, which is, we will see this in the SEO class, so to get better Open Graph preview. And imagine I get my Magic company, okay, any product like this one, okay, the Magic Kit we are designing the landing page for. I get it and I paste it in this Open Graph viewer. You can see that it adds the image of the product right here at the right. It adds the title, you can see here, a description. All of that is from the meta tags, which are in the head. Again, the head is for searching companies and Facebook, Twitter, when we share those websites on WhatsApp or on Messenger, etc. Okay, so this is not for the user, this is for Google, Facebook, etc. And also to load resources. Maybe at our website we are loading a CSS document or a JavaScript document, we can load it here, okay? But the basic is the title and the meta description. This should be in every website. So at least we have a title, we have a description, and we have the language, okay? The language is in the HTML tag, and the rest is in the head tag. This is not for the users, okay? And now we have the body tag. Here is where we will add everything for the user. Everything we want to be shown on the page is going to be here. So we have some description, we can add a button, click here, and we can add an anchor, which is a link, okay? An anchor with, we will see this in a more advanced page, okay? So some link, okay? So we have the button, we have the link, we have description, we have the title, okay? Let me change it. So all this goes on the body, okay? So we are going to add everything in the body tags, but we need this information so our page can be shown in search results, okay? The title, the description, and more things that we will see in the future. But this is the basic structure of an HTML document. And again, you don't have to memorize it. You can use the expression mark I showed you, and you press tab and it creates everything, or you can search it online. If you go here to W3, to HTML, you have here the basic HTML structure you can copy. Here it only has the title, but you can add more information as we will see, okay? So this is the basic structure. Now you're ready to continue with the course. Okay, so let's see the basic HTML elements. Don't worry, you don't have to memorize them because we will be using them a lot in the final project. So let's create a file in Visual Studio Code. Let's add an exclamation mark, tab, so we have our basic HTML document. We can add a website title and maybe a description if you want. But the important part is here in the body, okay? So here we're going to learn about the basic HTML elements. First, as I told you, we have headings, okay? So this is title. Then we have heading 2, which is subtitle. And then we can go all the way up to heading H6, okay? So this is another one, and the last one is H6 right here, which is the smallest, okay? So you can see here we have all the titles. Great, we can also add a paragraph with some text, okay? So here we can add some text, which is just regular text. Inside the paragraph, we can add line breaks, okay? So it adds a line with BR, okay? Break. And we have to self-close it, okay? There are tags that self-close, so you only need to add this slash at the end, and that's it, okay? And now the text breaks line here, okay? If we add many, we will be creating each time a different line, okay? So we can create many break lines, and it will create a new line, okay? Now, inside the text, let me copy this paragraph, for example. We can add multiple elements, like a bold text, okay? B stands for bold, which is the same as strong. What's the difference? The difference is that this has semantic meaning. This is something that was added in HTML5. We will see in the next lesson, but it's only for accessibility reasons and for search engines, okay? So when blind people use the web, this tells them that this is something important. This is only styling, but this adds also semantic value because it tells it's important. And M is like something that is relevant, okay? And it adds an italic style, but it's the same as I, which stands for italic, okay? So we can add bold, italic. This way, or this way. If it's something important, we add strong. If it's just something we want to be visual, we can add bold. Don't worry if we are in a beginner's course, so it doesn't matter what you use. It won't make a difference. Don't worry. But it's a good practice to use strong and M because it has semantic value, and most of the times when you make something strong, it's because it's relevant. This makes the search engines to give it more relevance. Okay, so when people is searching something that is strong in your website, it means that it's more relevant and you have more probability to be at the top in the search results. But if you add all your website with strong, Google is clever enough to know that not everything is relevant and important, so don't do that, okay? Great, that's the way we can create paragraph with breaking lines, with strong or bold, with italic or M, okay? Now, what else we can add? We can add links. For example, here we can add an anchor, which is a link. It has to have a href attribute, which means where is that link going to go? Maybe we can go to, for example, my website, okay? magicardistry.com. It can open my website, and then we close it and we add the link text, okay? So if I save it and I click here, it will open my website, okay? Look, I have the link here, I click it, and it opens my website. Great. But what if I want that link to be opened in a new tab? We can solve this adding an attribute called target right here, / blank, okay? Target blank, it opens the website in a new tab, okay? So we go back, refresh, click here, and it's opened in a new tab. Great, let's go back here. This is not working. Let me close if this happens to you, go to live, stop server, and then start the server again, and it's working. Great. So we have headings, we have paragraphs with bold, italic, we have anchors, which are links, and we can add buttons. But buttons are not used for links, okay? So we have here a click me button. Buttons are used for forms, okay? When we want to add a formulary with maybe a email password, like a login or sign up form, okay? So that's when we use it. If we want to make a link but that looks like a button, that is created with styling, with CSS. We will make that in the future, but here I can add some style. For example, maybe background color red, color white, padding 10 pixels, and border radius 5 pixels, okay? So, and text decoration, none. Okay, so now it looks like a button, but it's an anchor tag, okay? It's a link. That's the way you create links that look like buttons, not adding a button tag, because button tags are used inside form tags, okay? So let me show you that. I can create here, and I'm going to show you another element, an horizontal line. If I add HR, it creates an horizontal line, as you can see here, okay? We can style that so it looks the way you want, so it creates separation. And here I can add a form tag, form, let me delete this. I can add a form tag, okay? If I say it doesn't appear, there's nothing showing, okay? And here, and I can add many elements. Let me show you some of them, okay? Because there are tons. In Kairos, at kairosplan.com, you will have in this lesson all the resources you need to understand this type of elements. But the way to learn them is using them in real projects. That's what we are going to do in this course, okay? So don't worry. We have input type text, email, password, checkbox, radio, range, text area, selection, and then the button, okay? What the button does, it sends the information, okay? So if I add here some information, it sends it. Right now, it's sending it nowhere because we haven't specified that. That's for a future lesson, okay? But we have a text, we have a email input. So if I add only text and click here, it says, please include this character right here because this is not an email. The password looks like a password. Checkbox, radio, range, text area which can be open, selector, okay? So this is all created with HTML. As I told you, HTML defines the content. Okay, so we want here an input text, an email text, a password, checkbox, etc. The styling will be done with CSS. For example, this text area, we can style it so it has a border radius of 20 pixels. Okay, and now it's rounded, as you can see, and maybe the border is going to be 3 pixels wide and solid and red. Okay, so it now is solid, red, and 3 pixels wide. Okay, so that's with styling. We will have a class about that, but HTML defines the content. Great. Now we have headings, we have anchors for links, we have paragraphs with semantic strong and emmet, bold, italic, the form. I'm going to add another horizontal line right here. Remember, self-closing tags always ends with this slash right here. Okay, the same with breaking line. Okay, and now I'm going to show you a list. Okay, a list can be an ordered list like here. Okay, so we have item 1, item 2, item 3, etc. And then we have ordered lists, which have item 1 with a 1 on the front, item 2, etc. Okay, so we can create an ordered list and ordered list. The way to create them, very simple. An ordered list are created with this UL and ordered list, and then we have list item. Okay, so we are opening an ordered list tag, and inside that an ordered list we have different list items. The same with ordered list. The ordered list creates the 1, 2, and 3. Okay, if we change this UL for OL, it also makes it sorry, I have to change also this one. It also makes it an ordered list. Maybe even if I delete this closing tag and delete this opening tag, these combine, and then I have from 1 to 6. Here, if I add more spaces, the spaces won't be added. Okay, I have to add breaking lines. Okay, but let's go back to Control Z. You can go Control Z. You can go back. Okay, so an ordered list and ordered list. Now, what else do we have? We have images. Okay, you can go to this website right here, pexels.com. For example, there are plenty of free images websites, and you are going to find any website you want. As we are in Kairos, we're going to use a Greek image like this one, for example. Right click, copy image address, or you can save it, of course, and you are going to add an image tag. Source src is the source. It's where is the image coming from. You're going to add this URL, and you can already see it. And an image is also a self-closing tag, and we have the image. Of course, this looks very big, so we have to add a width of, for example, 100 or maybe 400 pixels. Okay, and we don't need the height because it adapts, but we can also add the height right here. And very important, you are going to add an alt text, alternative text. This is a description. It's also used for search engine optimization because search engines use this information when you use Google Images. Okay, so if I look here for bicycle, playing cards, magia y cardistry. Okay, this is magic cardistry. It's my shop, and I go to images. Okay, you can see here this image is from my website, and it even has the ratings, the price, if it's in stock, and if you go here, you will see it's my website. Okay, so how do you do this? Well, because I added the text bicycle rider bag, which is the name of this playing cards, in the alt text. So if I add here Greek sculpture, this alt text is not shown. It's only for Google search, for search engines, and also for accessibility for blind people. Okay, so this is an image tag. And now the last element, and one of the most important types, is the divider. Okay, divider is something that you don't see. Okay, but it helps you to create different layouts. Okay, so if I add here a div tag, okay, it self-closes, but I'm going to get this and maybe end here. Okay, in the 3 headings, and I save, nothing happens. But if I add, for example, a background color of aqua, you see it is there. Okay, so the divider is there, and it helps us group different elements to style them. Okay, so for example, if we open the let me open the final project. Okay, so as you can see, we have a nav bar here, which will be a divider. We have a hero section, which will be another divider. The countdown, which will be another divider, because each section has a different styling. Here we have a gray background. Here the content is in the middle, but here is to the left. Here we have a video. We have here 3 dividers inside another divider. Okay, so let me show you. Dividers is a way of creating layout. So we can create 1, 2, and 3 dividers that are inside another divider, so we can center those elements. Okay, and inside these dividers we can add maybe a text right here, an image, and maybe some buttons right here. Okay, so the layout is created by divider. The divider is not seen unless we added some style, of course. Here I added the background, and if I move this closing tag from here to maybe the paragraph, you see it goes from there to there. Okay, so dividers will help us divide the content of and the layout of our website. So these are the basic HTML elements. Again, you don't have to memorize them. We're going to be using them a lot in a real project, so you will learn them and memorize it by using them. When you create a real-life website, you end up with lots of dividers. One for the navbar, the header, maybe you have a product listing, some product descriptions, maybe you have a footer, or maybe a feature images, some videos, etc. So it's really hard for search engines to know which part represents each thing and which is the most relevant part. The same for blind people that need some accessibility, and the same for you as a developer that you need to find some content that you want to change. So for this, HTML5 was introduced to add semantic meaning to dividers and to some parts of a website. Okay, so in this case, I have the same website we created. I made a copy called basic HTML, so you will have that. And I have added some dividers. We have here, for example, this aqua divider, which will be like the header, and this link, which could be like the nav bar, okay, the menu. We could have even multiple links, like I can add one here, another one here, another one here. Okay, this can be the menu. We can even put it at the top, which makes more sense. Okay, let me move all of them with the divider. I'm going to move them with the divider right here to the top, but inside the header, for example. And here I have a big divider. Here in Visual Studio Code, you can collapse this. Okay, so I have the paragraph, I have the form, and that's it. Okay, so here is the main content, and then I have some list items and the image, which could be the footer. Okay, so all of those elements are wrapped inside different dividers. I can change those dividers by for different elements. In this case, I can add a header instead of a div, and it looks exactly the same. It works the same. It's the same, but it has semantic meaning. It tells search engines and blind people, etc., that here is the header. And also for you, the developer, it's really easy to find where the header is because you can read it. And here, the nav, I can add a nav tab, and it's the same. It looks the same. But here I have the nav. I can add some styling, for example. Let's say I can add some margin top, for example, margin top of 20 pixels, for example. Sorry, yeah, it added it. Okay, but it's right here. Okay, maybe I can add more so you can see it. 50. Okay, and now it's bigger. Okay, or maybe yeah, with this is enough. And maybe also a margin left. Okay, also 50 pixels. Okay, so you can see it better. Great. That's the nav. Okay, and here I have the main content. So how I'm going to name it? I'm going to name it main. You can't use any text you want. Okay, so there are specific tags you can use. You can search for them, HTML5 elements, and you will have all of them, the main ones, in Kairos plan, in this course, which is completely free. You can go to this lesson and you will find in the description all the elements. Okay, so we have here the main content, which is going to be all of this. Okay, so if I cut it, you see it disappear. It's the paragraph, the form, all that is my main content, my most relevant content. And here, the text, this can be like a blog post, a product description. It's going to be an article. Okay, this is another HTML5 element. It works the same as a divider, but as a div, but it gives a semantic meaning, so it's a good practice. And here, maybe this form is just a regular section. Okay, so I can add a section right here. And here, all this, I told you it was going to be the footer, so I can add here footer. Okay, so as you can see, it works exactly the same. We can style these elements with background color gray, for example, so it adds a background gray to the footer, and it's exactly the same as a div, but it gives semantic meaning, and it's better for search engine optimization, and it's better for you as a developer, and it's better for blind people and people that need some special accessibility for your website. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization, and its goal is to rank at the top of Google or any other search engine. For this, you can use many techniques, but the most basic ones are to add a title, description, and some more meta tags. That's what Google uses here when you search, for example, for YouTube, the title, the description, and other meta tags. And also, there is something called Open Graph. This is what it's shown when you share a link. When you share a link through WhatsApp, Telegram, Discord, Facebook, etc., it usually has an image, a title, and a description. This can be different from the one you have on your website. Okay, so at Discord, for example, the title, description, and image is shown like this. Okay, and you can add this to your document with meta tags. There are basic SEO meta tags called description, keywords, and author. Okay, so you can just add the name, description, and the content will be the description that Google will use. This is the actual description of your website. The keywords are keywords that describe your website. So maybe if you are selling, for example, in this case, a magic kit, you should add here magic kit, toys, etc. The author, if the author of this content is a relevant author and people search their name, his name, is important to add it here. So when they search that name, your content might appear on the search results. And here we have the Open Graph meta tags, which is the same, a title, but we add OG 2 dots. Okay, so we have the property, OG title, and the content. Repeat description, the content. The image, this will be the URL to the image you want to show. Okay, so in this case, this YouTube image, and your website URL, and the type of content you are sharing, in this case, a website. Okay, so this is very basic. Of course, there are plenty of techniques you can use for SEO. There are plenty of meta tags, like if the product is in stock, if it has reviews, the price, etc., etc., etc. But this is very basic, so you can begin your journey. But again, this is a basic HTML course, so I hope you enjoyed this HTML module. It's time to go to CSS, or styling. Now it's time to learn how to style your websites so they look awesome. For this, you're going to use CSS, which stands for Cascade Style Sheet. So in this case, you're going to create a new folder called CSS, and you're going to drag it to Visual Studio Code, so you open it here. I'm going to close the welcome page. I'm going to create a new index.html file. I'm going to add an exclamation mark, tab, so it adds the basic HTML elements, and I'm going to go here at the top, bracket, and type live preview start server, so we can see the changes in real life. You have two ways of adding styles to our document. First one is going to the head tags and create a style tag. So we create style and opening, style and closing tag. Here we have to add a selector, which is going to select which element we want to style, the property, which is the property we want to change, and the value we want to apply. So in this case, we're going to change the body. We're going to open and close curly braces, and inside those curly braces, remember, every time you open something, you have to close it, okay? You're going to select the property, in this case, for example, the background / color, and you're going to apply the value. For example, this aquamarine. And as you can see, this style is being applied to the element, okay? The body has a background color of aquamarine. We have a semicolon and two dots right here. Great. The problem with this is when you are creating a huge website with lots of dividers, sections, paragraphs, navs, sidebars, etc., you will get a file that is very, very big. So you want to have different files for different purposes. In this case, we're going to create a new file called style.css. And here we're going to add our styles. So this style tag, which is usually applied to the head, but it can also be here outside the HTML tags, or maybe even inside the body. But it's not a good practice. The best way to use this is in the head tag. And even better is to outsource it to a different file. So we can copy it here, and this won't work. As you can see, we have an error right here because this is a CSS file, it's not HTML. So we don't need to add those style tags. We can delete them and save it. But this background is not being applied to the document. We have to reference it in the head. The same way we created a style tag, we have to tell the browser that it has to use this CSS instead of the one we were adding here. So for this, we're not going to use a style tag, we're going to use a link tag. Okay, so we're going to link this HTML with the CSS. So we add a link, and it's going to be real equal style sheet. Okay, style sheet. So the browser knows that this is CSS, this is going to style our website, and then the href, which is going to be where is this CSS at. We can even add URLs here. Maybe you have it in some URL and you can place that here. In fact, there are some CSS libraries that are very small, like Pico CSS, that when you add them to your web pages, they look very good in a very simple way. So here they usually have what is called a CDN. So let me see if they have get started, and you can add this code right here, okay, but from a CDN here, okay. So usage from CDN, this is a link. When you go to this link, there's a CSS file. This is very big, okay, so don't worry what it does, but you can copy this and use with that line of code is being applied to your website. It's dark because I'm using dark mode, and this works for dark and light mode, but in your case maybe it looks light. But here you can add headings, and you can see, hello, they have a better typography. You can add dividers, okay, and inside them the hello, and maybe you can add a button, hello world, and as you can see, it looks great. It's not the basic HTML styling, which is none, and it looks bad, and here it's better. Even when you are a form, okay, and we are here an input type text, okay, and we close it, you can see it looks better, okay, so it looks really good. And maybe a text area, okay. So again, this looks very good. It even has some borders. When you select them, it lights up the borders. So it's this is a way to add CSS, and these are like libraries that you can add, minimal CSS frameworks or libraries that you can add, so they can style your website without doing any extra work. But in this case, you want to learn CSS, so we're not going to use this method. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, the same way, link this CSS file, which is not going to be in some website, in some CDN, which is just like a website where you can get a file, but it's going to be at our folder. So I'm going to add style sheet, and the href is not going to be any website, it's going to be this folder. So for this we add a dot / style.css, and now the style is being applied, okay, so you can see it here. For example, we can select the heading ones, and we can add a color of blue, blue, okay? So now the color is blue, or maybe a text decoration of underline, and now the H1 has another underline, okay? So this, I'm going to close this tag. This document is linked to this CSS file, okay? I want you to play around with this here, because if you delete the dot, it's also working. If you delete the dash, it shouldn't work, but it's working because it's in the same folder. But if we create a new folder called CSS, for example, and we move this file there, now it's not working. So we have to say it's in the CSS folder /style. But it also works with the dot, and it works in many ways. This depends on how you want to reference the document. This is the best practice because it goes to wherever you are, that folder, to the directory CSS, and then to the file style. But in this case, we're going to just add it like this. Okay, so it's a style CSS, and we're going to have it in the root folder. So these are the two ways you can style pages with the style tag. Okay, and we can combine them. So if I add here a style tag, I can add a background color, a body. We have to select first the element and then add background color of red. And why is this one being applied? Here, look, if I move this from the top to the bottom, then it's applied this one. Why is this working this way? Because the cascading in the CSS stands for cascading style sheet. Cascading is because it goes from the top to the bottom. So if here we apply a background color of aquamarine, and here we apply a background color of red, it applies the one at the bottom. Okay, so if this red one, we put it on the top, if there are two properties applying the same different values to the same element, the one that is at the bottom is the one that is being used, unless we are using classes or IDs to select the elements, because this selects the body, this selects all the H1 elements, not only this one. If we create another H1 here at the bottom, for example here, hello again, is going to be blue and with an underline as well. So we will learn how to add classes and IDs to select exactly the element we want to select, so we can style it as we want, okay? So it's important that you know you can style with a style tag or with a link tag that references another file, and the file that is at the bottom is the one that is going to be applied if there are two elements selected the same way and applying the same property, okay? If we add some different selectors, this won't happen, okay? There is like a hierarchy, okay? So this is the basic way to apply styles to your HTML. Here I have a basic HTML document with 3 headings from 1 to 3, an anchor, another heading, each one of these elements in 2 sections inside a main divider. You can select elements with CSS by their type. So we can select, for example, H1, open and close curly braces, and say I'm going to font size, I'm going to add a font size of 70 pixels, so they look big. And as you can see, all the H1s look very big. This H1 and this H1. This is a type selector. We even have a body selector for the whole body, so we can add a background color of light blue, for example, so it adds to the background. We have this is to select the whole document, and we can add, for example, some border 10 pixels solid red, for example, and it adds a border of text pixels to everything it's being applied, okay? But we can also use what is called classes. So imagine we can add to this H1 a class name big, okay? And also we can add it to this H3 right here, okay? Now, when I go here, if I select that class with a dot, we can select the class and we name it big, the same as with our HTML. I can make a font size of 70 pixels, okay? I'm going to comment this one moment. because I don't need it. So you see this part, okay? It will be important later on. Okay, so I can add a class of font size 70 pixels, which is being applied to the heading 1 and heading 3. In this case, it's not being applied to the other H1 because it's only being applied to those elements that have the class big. We can even apply it to sections or paragraphs or anywhere, okay? And we have another selector, which is an ID. Imagine this H1 right here also has, or even the anchor has the class big, okay? So it now looks big. But imagine this H1 has not a class, but an ID of small, okay? And now you create a selector called small, and you add a font size of 14 pixels. Now, as you can see, this H1, even though it has the class big, as it has the ID small, it's being applied a small size. And maybe you are thinking, okay, that is because it's underneath big, as CSS stands for cascading style sheet, and that cascading is because it goes from the top to the bottom. That's the reason why it's being applied the small font size. But if we move this small to the top, it's still being applied. Why? Because as you have here, we have a selector specificity. I don't know how to say it, sorry. But we have three places. We have first place, second place, and third place. The first place is for ID selectors. ID are always unique. You can't have two elements with the same ID. It's not a good practice, and it can break your site, mostly when you use JavaScript. Okay, so IDs are meant to be used on only one element. Classes are utility classes used for multiple elements. For example, we can use a big class, which can be applied to anchors, headings, even paragraphs. I can add a paragraph with some text, add the class big, and now the some text is very big. But if I add the ID big, it won't work, okay? It's regular text. Or if I add the class small, it's also not working, okay? You can see here the text, because classes use a dot at the beginning and IDs a dash at the beginning. As you can see, IDs are the most important ones. Then we have classes, which are at the second place. Then we have selectors, type selector, which are the last part, okay? You can see here the reference, okay? So selector selects a type, in this case a body, heading, paragraph, whatever. A class, you have to add to every element the class you want to add, and the ID, you have to add to that element the ID. And then we have this right here, that's why I wanted to show you, which is applied to every single element, okay? So it's been applied to the heading, it's been applied to this one right here, but this has an specificity of 0, so anything will remove this, okay? So if I select, for example, all the headings, H1, for example, okay, and open and close curly braces and add border 0, all the headings now are removed. We are seeing more borders because of the elements here, but some other elements. For example, the heading is not, is the content around the heading, which is showing the border. But check, for example, this anchor. Okay, if I change it to 0, the anchor now doesn't have a border. Okay, you can see it very clearly here. Okay, the anchor, if I remove this, it has a border, but if I add anchor here, border 0, it's being removed. Okay, so this is a specificity. This is very, very important. Now you can combine them. You can, for example, say, okay, I want an anchor with a class big, and there are many ways to combine this. Okay, so if the anchor contains the class big, is going to be a color red. Okay, and as you can see, the class big is being applied to this heading right here, and this anchor and this other heading, H3, H1, and anchor. But the color red is only being applied to this anchor right here, because now we have a specificity of 1 in the class and a specificity of 1 in the element, because we are defining both, and we can even add an ID. So there are plenty of options to combine and to select the elements you want to use, but we will be learning this throughout the course. Now you know that you can select elements, like the type elements, H1, you can even add multiple of them. So I can add H1, comma, H2, comma, H3, comma, H4, and all of them are going to be font weight of bold, okay? And now all of them should, bold instead of bold, I'm going to use light so you can see it. Or maybe the font we are using doesn't have those variations, but we can use, for example, text decoration, underline, okay? And now you will see all of them have an underline, the headings, okay? This has underline, this has underline, okay? The anchor has, because it has it by default, but we can text decoration, none, okay? None, like this, and the anchor now doesn't have, okay? Only the headings. Or maybe we can add a color of green, for example, okay? So all the headings have it. Or maybe I can even add here the anchor, and now the anchor has the color green. And as this is underneath this one right here, is being applied, because here we are adding an underline to the anchor as well, okay? So if you see here, the anchor is being applied and underlined, but here we are removing it. And as both have the same specificity, it has a specificity of 1, and here it has a specificity of 1. This is underneath, so this is being applied, it has more priority. If I add it at the top, the anchor does have underline, okay? So the best way to learn this is to try it yourself, try different combinations, try to select different elements, to style them, to make them look good. Even you can try to get some website you like, and try to recreate it with the knowledge you have right now, which is very limited, it's none, but throughout this module you will learn all the basic CSS you need to create any website you want. Now I'm going to be covering some basic CSS properties, but at the end of this module I will teach you how to learn any property very fast. But first, let's learn about text styling. So I have here a heading and a paragraph, and I have linked a CSS file, which is right here. As you know, I can select the whole document with this character right here, and I can say font, family, and here I'm going to select the font that is going to be used. I can select different fonts for different elements. Maybe I want a font in my paragraph, a font in my heading, etc. Now, here I'm using a sans serif font, which has this decoration which looks really old, and I want it to be more modern. For this, I'm going to use a sans serif font, and as you can see, now it changes. As I'm only specifying the style I want, it takes the font default from my system, okay? So my system, in this case is Windows, it's using this font right here, but it can change depending on the device. Maybe some Android devices have a different font, iPhones have a different font, etc. In fact, there is something called system/UI, which takes the default font from the system the user is using. So in this case it's Windows, so the font looks like this. In Mac, it can change, or in an iPhone or in an Android, but they usually look the same. This is a very good practice because it makes your font look good without needing to load extra fonts, because if you want to use a specific font, you usually have to load it. You have to add it to your website and load it. This is a more advanced CSS feature, so we will cover this in a future CSS course, okay? But at the moment you can specify here, for example, Arial, and it looks Arial. Maybe I can use the impact font, but the same, if this font is not available in the device you are using or your user is using, they won't see this font. So now at the moment you can use system UI or serif or sans serif to make sure it looks the way you want. Because, for example, I can use system UI for my body, but maybe I want the heading to be a font family serif font, right? And now only the heading one is serif font. Let me add a heading 2 so you can see. This is a sans serif heading 2, okay? And I can even make it with a heading 3 right here, okay? So all the headings are sans serif, even the paragraph, but the H1 is, these are sans serif, and the H1 is serif font, okay? Because I specified here, and as you know, The H1 is a selector of specificity 1 in the first position. This one doesn't have any specificity, so anything we add will replace these properties right here. Okay, so now we are going to go to the paragraph, and I'm going to show you some other basic text styling. We have color, which of course changes the color. We can say, okay, I want the paragraph to be red, or I can use an hexadecimal code. So we add this character right here. Let me delete this, and FF0000. An hexadecimal code has 3 values for RGB. Okay, so the 2 first are for red, green, and blue, etc. Okay, so if you change these values, you get different colors. So we have this blue, this purple, this lime, etc. Okay, and you can add the color like this. If you add 2 more values after these 6 values, then it adds transparency. So imagine I add 2 zeros right here. Now it's completely transparent. The opacity is 0, but you can add more opacity. Okay, so it's a solid color or a completely transparent and with 0 opacity. Okay, but you can also use RGB here. So I use RGB. We open a parenthesis right here, and we can add the red value, green value, and blue value as well. So I want it to be in red, 0 green, and 0 blue. As you can see, it's completely red. I think the maximum is 255. I think. Let me check. Yeah, maximum is 255. If we add 255 in everyone, it will look white. If we add 0 in everyone, it will look black, completely black. Okay, so we can select any combination of values we want. If we add here, instead of RGB, RGBA, and then add another value, this is the same as the 2 last values in hexadecimal code, is the opacity. Okay, so now it has an opacity of 0. If it is 1, it's completely solid. If it is 0.5, it has half opacity. Okay, so it's like transparent. Great. We also have, let me add a text that you will see without problem, like this. Okay, so this dark, I'm going to use this dark blue. Great. You can also add a font size, of course. Visual Studio Code helps you here with the properties you can use, and you can search them online. Remember, the best way to learn is when you need to achieve something, like maybe you want to make this font bold, so it looks, it has a higher weight. You can search online how to make text bold with CSS and HTML, and you read the documentation, so you understand it and you know how to do it. Okay, but in this case we're going to use height weight, and you can say it's bold, light, normal, etc. So if it's bold, you can see it being bold. If you add lighter, now it's really thin. If you say normal, it's normal. And now we have the font size, which you have. You can add any value. For example, I want 30 pixels, and it looks very big. If I say 10 pixels, it looks small, and we can use many size units here. For example, 1 rem is the default size of your text. So if you add 2 rems, the text will be 2 times as big. If you add 4, it will be 4 times as big. If you add 0.5, it will be half of the regular size. Okay, these are relative sizes. We will talk about that in another class, but at the moment I'm going to say only 20 pixels. And you can add many properties. For example, text letter spacing, and you can say, hey, I want 10 pixels of spacing in between each letter, and now we have this spacing. Or imagine I'm going to add, or even it can be a negative space, negative value. So now all the letters are together, which of course doesn't look good. Okay, so in this case I'm going to add maybe just a little bit of spacing. Okay, so it looks like this. And I'm going to add a line height, which is the spacing between each line, of 2. So now in between each line we have another line of separation. If we add 1, this is the regular spacing. If we add 2, we have now 1 line of spacing in between each line. If we add 3, we have 1.2 lines of separation. If we add 0.5, now the text is all together, etc. So we have tons of properties. The best way to learn this is to try it yourself. Try to replicate a layout and a design that you have seen somewhere in any website that you like. You can go to kairosplan.com and try to replicate my website so it looks exactly the same, at least with text at the moment. So you can add the same colors, maybe same sizes, add some bold text, some great looking headings. And there's another thing I wanted to show you. As you can see here, I have a very long heading that takes 2 lines, but the last word is here alone. This doesn't look as probably as you want it to look, because you maybe want it to be in 1 line or to be like this, so it's condensed, because when you have only 1 word, it looks weird. This is managed with what is called text wrap, okay? The default value is wrap, so it will look the same. We have pretty, which adds 1 extra word when there is 1 word alone. So here we have lines alone, there's only 1 word. So if you are at pretty, it will add an extra word if needed, but if it's not needed, it will just take the 1 line and that's it. And we have one that looks really good on headings. Don't do this on text because it will look horrible, which is called balance. What it does, it tries to make all the lines the same length. So if it takes 1 line, it's okay, but if then it needs another line, it divides it in the middle, so it looks good. This is a good combination with text align, which is another property you can add to text center. Okay, so you can align it to the left, to the right, or to the center, and it looks really good. This is a very good looking heading. Okay, so maybe a good heading will be a font family. In this case, I prefer sans serif with text wrap balance, text align center, and maybe font weight bold. Okay, I think headings are by default bold, but you can add bolder, for example, or maybe you can specify the weight you want. And maybe you can even add text transform, which is another property. There are tons of properties. That's why I told you that the best way to learn is to practice and try to replicate real world websites, because this way you can try to apply the changes that are modifying. You can say uppercase. So we have here a very strong, heavy heading. Now we are going to learn about how to organize and display elements in your layout, how spacing works, and also borders. For this, I have here an example of an element. It could be a heading, a paragraph, an anchor, a button, whatever. If you contain this element into a divider, into a div, the element, although it takes this spacing in your browser, okay, so this is the browser window, the container will take always full width, because the default display setting will be block, which takes full width. You can add a property called display inline, which takes only the width used by the element inside, okay? As well as you can also use what is called display flex, because by default elements, although they take only this space, they will be one on top of the other. If you want to modify how this behavior, because you want to have one element right next to the other, for this you will need to add what is called display flex or something called display grid. Both are advanced display features added in modern CSS, which we will learn in the module of responsive design, because with grid you can also add different grids, like a grid layout. Okay, so when you could divide the space in a grid like this, and you could add elements to each of these parts. Okay, grid and flex both achieve the same results, but using different techniques and different configurations. Okay, but those are advanced techniques, but it's great that you know that if you want to achieve a design like this, okay, let me refresh, where you have an image to the left and some content to the right, this is achieved with, in this case, flex. Okay, so we have a section. As you can see, it's flex. It should be, let me show you, flex. So it's display flex, and we have something called flex direction, which tells that I want the content to be in a row. Okay, so we can add the content in columns. So we only have one column, and the content is one on top of the other. That's its columns. Okay, so the content will be like this, or row, where the content will be one next to the other if it has enough space. Okay, so this one can't fit here, so it will be at the bottom. Okay, so that's display flex. And inside one of these containers, this one, I also have some elements divided with some spacing, which is also with display flex. Now I'm going to show you this with real code and also how spacing works, because another thing I wanted to teach you is that these elements can be spaced in between them. So for example, if we want some spacing in between these elements, I can add a margin to the right to this element and they are spaced. And maybe I want this element also to be spaced to the one on the bottom, so I add a margin to the bottom and it will add some spacing. But there's something called padding, which is also spacing, but instead of being outside the element, it's inside the element. And that means that if I add padding here, the element will be bigger, but the thing inside will have some spacing. Okay, let me show you with a real life example. Okay, so I'm going to add a background color of red to the red container, blue to the blue container, and a color white to both of them. If I add a margin bottom of 20 pixels, you can see we have a separation between both containers. Okay, I can make it as big as I want to. But if instead of adding margin, I add padding, the spacing will be inside the element. So here I can say padding bottom of 40 pixels. Both containers are touching, they are one next to the other, but the spacing is inside the element. I can even say padding just as it is, so the spacing is all around, and that looks like this. Now, this is very commonly used for buttons. For example, imagine I want to have here an anchor, okay, and I want to make it look like a button. Okay, so click me. Now it just looks like this. A basic styling that you add is bottom. First, text decoration. We learned this in the last lesson. None, because we don't want text. Let me text. Okay, sorry, it's not a button, it's an anchor. An anchor. Text decoration none. And now we add a background color. Let me add a like this, a text color of white. Okay, so I'm going to add like this. Maybe this not as dark. Okay, like this. And then you add some padding of usually when you make bottoms, you want a horizontal padding big. You want the horizontal padding to be bigger than the vertical one. So we add, for example, 20 pixels and 10 pixels. Sorry, the opposite way. 10 pixels and 20 pixels. Okay. When you only add two properties, you are adding the horizontal value, the vertical value, and then the horizontal value. You can add 4 values to add one padding to each side. So maybe I can add here 50 pixels to the bottom and 5 pixels here. So we have now a left padding, a right padding, a top padding, and a bottom padding different. We can also make this by saying padding top, padding bottom, padding right, padding left, etc. Okay, so we can make it both ways, but this is enough. And then I add a border radius of 10 pixels and we have a perfect button. But as you can see, this is overlapping content, so we need to add a margin top, in this case of 30 pixels, for example. Why is it not? Okay, because this anchor has to be inside a divider, because anchors by default, this is something we're going to be learning, anchors by default are displayed in line, and you will see, as you can see, it's not changing because it's the default display. As you will learn right now, display inline has some properties and some a particular way which it interacts with other elements, because the default display is block, which is used in containers, and you can see now the margin is being applied. So we can use, for example, inline block, and now it's adding the margin at the top, because inline block takes some properties from the inline display and some properties from the block display. The display block is what I told you earlier, that the default behavior of elements is to be one on top of the other, and the container takes the whole width. If you don't want it to take the whole width, what you say is display inline. Let me show you with this red right here. Okay, I'm going to delete the padding, and as you can see, it takes full width. But if I say display inline, it only takes the width needed. Okay, but let me show you some weird things. These are weird things that will happen to you, but it's important that you play around with this these properties so you understand them, okay? So, first of all, if I add more lines here, so if I add a breaking line and more text, okay, with display block, which is the default display, so if I add here display block, it's a default display, nothing changes, okay? So with this, every time the container needs a new line, it takes it, okay? But it's always taking full width. If you want to change that, you can say instead of display block, display inline. Great. Now, with display block, you can specify the height and width of an element. Okay, so imagine I want it to be a height of 100 pixels and a width of 100 pixels because I want it to be a square. Great. If instead of saying display block, I say display inline, it won't take that height and that width, because when we say display inline, we are displaying it as an inline element, like when we are adding some text. Okay, so this is a text displaying inline because we have one word, then the next one, then the next one, then the next one, etc. But when we say display block, it takes one line per element. But we can combine them with display inline block, and now it takes the width and the height, but it's displaying it as an inline element. In fact, if I delete this and add, for example, only the height, 50 pixels, it takes the height. If I add the width, it takes the width, but it's an inline element. Great. Imagine I have two block elements and I say I want a width of 50% because I want each of them to take 50% of the space as I have here. Okay, I have one divided container here and another one here, and I want each of them to take 50%. Well, I can say width 50%, but they don't go one next to the other because, as I told you, the parent element is a block element. Okay, so I have here a section called parent. That parent element, let me add it here, parent, is display block by default. If we want to modify the way elements are displayed, as I told you here, because I want to be them in the direction of a row, so it's one next to the other instead of one on top of the other, I need to change the display property of the parent element. Instead of block, I'm going to say flex. And now it's one next to the other, like this. But it's also adding this button right here because it's taking, so as you can see, they are shrinking to fit. They are not using the 50% width, because for this we have to say minimum width, which we can use minimum width, and now they are taking full size, and the other element is outside. We will cover this in the responsive module to see how to handle these cases, because right now it's not the purpose to learn these things, but just so you know they are here. At the moment, to solve this, I'm going to move this anchor outside this section, and that's it. We have solved it. Okay, so we have a width of 50% of each element, and I can also add a max width of 30%. Sorry, I don't know what width of 30%. Okay, width of 30%. Yeah, okay, max width. We can add a max width of 30% and a minimum width of 100 pixels, for example. Okay, so it will take 100 pixels, but when the screen is very small, it will take, the smallest will be 30%. Okay, so we can play with this thing. We can set a default value, but we can also allow it to change when we make the screen size smaller or bigger. But again, this will be on the responsive module, but there are some things that you need to know now. Okay, so I can here say 30% width and 70%, so I have one bigger than the other. Okay, great. So we know about margin, we know about padding. Okay, margin is the spacing outside the element, like this. Padding is the spacing inside the element. Okay, so I'm going to add 5 pixels. Now we have the border. The border is around the element. So in this case, I'm not going to use a background color red. I'm going to make a very light red, like this. Okay, and now I'm going to add a border. And the properties, sometimes you can combine them only using border, or you can add each one of them separately. So I can add a border color of red, okay, but I'm going to make it a bit darker. Great, now it's not shown because we need to add a border width of 1 pixel, for example. And now, let me make it bigger. Border color, border width, okay, and now we need to add the border style, which is going to be solid. And now it's showing, okay? We have solid, we have many options. We have dust, for example, which is this display, dotted, which are dots, etc. The most used one is solid, and usually 1 pixel or 2 pixels is more than enough. And we can also add border radius of 10 pixels, for example, so it looks rounded. And we can even make a text align center, so the text is in the middle, and we are creating another kind of button, more or less, okay? So these are all properties we can add to the border, and the border is in between the margin and the padding. This is important when you create the display, the layout you want to, when you know the layout you want to design. It's important to know that if you want to add a border and to have some spacing in between that border and the element and the text, you need to add padding. But if you want that button, that border to have some spacing to other elements, you need to add margin, okay? So we have lots of properties. Display inline, so it only takes the width you want. Display block, which is the default. You have display flex, which allows you to have one element right next to the other, and you can modify it so sometimes it's one element on top of the other. We will see that on the responsive module. You can add padding, which is spacing inside the element, margin, space outside the element, borders. You can add the properties one each time, or you can add them all together. Saying border, 1 pixel, solid, red, and dash. Okay, like this. Okay, dash, sorry, dash, like this, okay, and maybe 10 pixels, okay, so you can see we can add all of them together. So this is the basic spacing lesson. The best way to learn this, again, is go to a real life website. You can go to kairosplan.com and start playing around. For example, I can take this heading right here. I'm going to add to the style a background color of teal, so you can see it, and a padding of 50 pixels. So you can see the background color is being applied, but if I add a margin of 50 pixels, this background color is not being applied to that margin, okay? So this way you can play around with real life websites and try to make them look the way you want, and then get those websites and try to replicate them in your code editor, in Visual Studio Code, so you can learn by taking action. Well, I could be all day long teaching you different CSS properties, but remember, the best way to learn is to apply your knowledge to real-life projects. And that's what we are going to do in this course, because we are going to design the landing page for the My Kit I showed you at the beginning. And there you will learn about tons of new CSS properties, how they work, and how to apply them to real-life websites. But another way to learn is to go to real websites you like, open the browser developer tools, and start inspecting each element. How is it styled? Try modifying some properties to see how it impacts the website. And if you don't understand something, go find answers online, because everything is in Google perfectly explained. So those are two really great ways to learn CSS fast with the project we're going to develop in this course, and future projects that you develop it yourself, and also going to real life websites, inspecting the elements, trying to modify them, and try to replicate them with your own code. JavaScript is the most used programming language in the world, because you can do anything you can imagine with it, from websites to video games, mobile apps, etc. But in this course, we're going to focus on the things that you're going to be using the most when creating web pages. So for this, you're going to create a new folder called JavaScript. You're going to open it with Visual Studio Code. You're going to create a new index.html file, and also a new script.js file. JS stands for JavaScript, and it's the extension used for JavaScript files. You are going to go here, open bracket, and live preview start server. In this case, you're going to open this live preview with your browser, with Chrome, Brave, Edge, whatever you are using. Okay, so go here to this menu, open in browser, or copy this link and paste it into your browser. Okay, because the JavaScript and Chrome, the browser developer tools work better there, okay? So how can we use JavaScript in our file? The same as CSS, we can use it with a script tag in our document, or we can outsource that JavaScript to an external file, okay? For this, I can add here in the head a script tag, opening and closing tag, and say alert hello, okay? I'm going to put a semicolon here, save, and when I refresh, it says hello. Great, it's working. But when I want to add it from a different file, I don't use the link meta tag. I also use the script tag, but I add a source src attribute, and there I specify the document. In this case, it's going to be script.js right here. Okay. So now, if here I add the alert, you can see it's working. Okay. So I can say hello world. I save, and when I refresh, it says hello world. Okay. So we can add scripts in the head, also in the body, or anywhere in our HTML document with a script tag. It can have the script inside the opening and closing tag, or with an src source with a different source. Okay, so these are the ways you can connect your HTML and your JavaScript file, and now you are ready to start learning the basics. Great, now you have your script file linked to your HTML file right here. You have opened the live preview with your browser. You can right click, inspect, and go to console to use the developer tools. And we are going to add messages here through our script file, adding console.log, and here your message. Okay, you can see it's being added here. When you type text, which is a string, you add double quotes, as you can see, okay? Because if I do it like this, we will have an error. Errors will be displayed always in the console, so it's a great place to check if your code is not working, okay? So it's saying an error, which is basically that if you're, because JavaScript is thinking that you're trying to use a variable here, but you're trying to add text, so you need to add double quotes, okay? Because this is the first data type that we are going to learn about, strings. Another one is numbers. Of course, I can add the number 100, and you can see it even has a different color, at least here in Brave, and probably also in Chrome and most browsers. So this is a new and different data type from strings. If I add 100 to 100, we have 200. Great. But if I add double quotes to these numbers, they are treated as strings, not as numbers. So instead of having 200, I have 100 and then 100. Because if you want to add two strings to text, for example, a name and a surname, you put the name first and then the surname, right? Like in my case, Julio Rivera, name and surname. So I have the first string and then the second string. Great. If you add double quotes to a number, it works the same way, because we are treating these characters as strings. If you delete the double quotes, they are treated as numbers, and you can, in this case, add them, multiply them, divide them, or any operation you want. Okay, so for example, 100 per 100 divided by 2 plus 1, 2, 3. Okay, so you have 1123. Okay, so these are different data types. Okay, so we have console log. This is a string. Okay, this is a string, and I'm going to add another one called console.log. This is a number, and then I'm going to add another console.log, the number. In this case, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this is a string, and this is a number, and we have it here. Great. Now you know about the two main data types that we're going to use: a string and number. But there are plenty of data types. We can use arrays. We can use objects. These are more advanced. We're not going to be using them at the moment. And you can also add use HTML documents. So you can manipulate headings, paragraphs, buttons, anchors, or anything in your website with JavaScript. We will learn that in the future. But how can we use this information? We're going to use the programming. We are always going to be programming inside a console log? Of course not. We are going to use what is called variables. Variables is a place where we can store information to use it afterwards, or we can even manipulate it. We have two types. We have a type of variable that can't change and one that can be changed. Okay? So to declare a variable, which means to create it and assign it a value, we're going to use the word const or let. Okay, so in this case I'm going to begin with const, which is a constant variable. This means this can't change. Okay, and I'm going to name it username. And so we are declaring a variable which is constant, as you can see here. The name of the variable is username, and the value is going to be Julio123. Okay, and semicolon here. Great. Now we have this variable, but we can't see it. Well, we can console log it to see it, and we have username. Great. And now we have here Julio123 as a string, as you can see. Great. We are declaring a variable called username and assigning the value Julio123. What if we want to change it? Well, now we don't have to use const again. This is only when we declare the value. Declaring is creating the value for the first time and then assigning the value. So now we can say username. I'm going to change the username to Mark. Okay? And as you can see, I'm having an error because, as I told you, const is constant. It cannot change. So if I console.log username now, it's not working. But if instead of using const, I used let, now it's working and we don't have any error because let allows you to change the value. So we have username with the value Julio123 here. So when we consolidate it, we have Julio123, and then we have username Mark. We're changing the value to Mark, and it's working fine. Because sometimes you want to be able to change the value, and sometimes you don't want to allow the value to change for security reasons, or maybe because you don't want that functionality. Okay? So this is important because when you start creating your first programs, this will make a lot of difference. Okay? Just understand that const is constant and it's not supposed to change, and let is a variable that can change and you can modify it as you want. Okay, now you can assign let's create a number big. I'm going to create a big number, okay, which is going to be 1 2 3, this number, for example. As I told you, we can use variables to modify their value. For example, we can say let big number and let a small number, okay, equal to 3, 4, for example. Okay, we're not adding double quotes because these are numbers. We can, for example, say we're going to create a new variable called multiply, and it's going to be a big number multiplied by small number. Okay, here before we learn how to multiply numbers, okay, like this, adding this asterisk right here. We can divide, we can add, we can subtract. Okay, in this case multiply, for example. Okay, as you can see, 1 2 3 2 4 6. So we can create new variables by assigning a multiplication, division, etc. So in this case, if I console.log multiply, you can see it's the multiplication. I can also divide it. Okay, so we have the division. I can assign the same value as a small number. I can assign the same value as a small number per 2, per 10, or whatever I want. I can even say that a small number is 4, and then I'm going to say a small number is small number, which is 4, multiplied by 2. And now let me change it for a small number. Okay, small number is 8. Okay, so I can a small number, I assign it a value, and now I'm assigning the same value, but I'm multiplying it by 2. Okay, so these are some of the basic operations you can do with numbers, with strings. You can also combine them, and also the basic data types. We have strings and numbers, and the basic variables, which we have const and let for constant variables and variables that can change. Okay, now we are ready to move on. Conditionals and logic operators are the base foundation of any programming language. In this case, I'm going to declare a variable called age, and instead of defining myself the value, I'm going to let the user define it. Okay, so I'm going to say it's equal to prompt, and I'm going to add the message your age and save it. Okay, when you have alerts, you need to refresh so the changes show here. Okay, and it says your age, and the user can now specify their age, in my case 26, but nothing is happening because we are only storing this data right here. We can now add it to a console log, and you will see how I'm going to cancel, refresh. If I say my age is 26, it shows here. So we can add our first condition. In this case, I'm going to check if the user is over 18 or it's not over 18. Okay, so I'm going to check if, open parentheses, age is bigger than 18. I'm going to open and close curly braces, and I'm going to say console.log over 18. Okay, now I'm going to cancel, refresh. If I say 26, which is my age, you will see here it's over 18. Great. But if I refresh and say, for example, 15, we don't see any message. But what happens if I put exactly 18? What do you think it will happen? Nothing. Why? Because we are checking if the age is over 18, but we have to say if it's over or equal to 18. Okay, these have to be together, but Visual Studio Code, this combines them with the typography it uses. Okay, so this is made by Visual Studio Code, but you have to add a closing bracket here, an angle bracket, and an equal character together, and this way we're checking if the age is bigger or equal to 18. Okay, if we save here and refresh and say 18, now it says over 18. In this case, it should be 18 or over 18. We can even combine a condition. So instead of doing it like so, which is the best practice, we can do this thing. Okay, you can say if age is equal with double equal. Okay, because when we only use one equal character, is because we are defining a variable or changing its value. But when we use two, it's because we are comparing two values. If age is equal to 18, or in this case, this is the or statement, age is bigger than 18, then 18 or bigger than 18. Okay, so let me refresh. If I say 18, it's working, so it will be true. I'm going to add true because it's 18, or let me add a arrow here. Okay, so it's true because it's 18 or bigger than 18. If I add 26, it will also be true because in this case, this condition is being applied, not this one. Okay, this is because it's an or statement. If I add an and statement, okay, let me add another one. True, this will be true. If I change this from or to and, which is with two ampersands, it will be because it's 18 and over 18, which in this case can only be true if the user is 18. Okay, so let me refresh and say 18, and in this case it's true because it's because it's equal to 18 and over 18. This can't be true because it's not possible to be 18 and to be over 18. That's not possible, but it will be true when it's 18 and over 17, for example. Okay, so let me try this time, and now it can be true because it's 18 and over 17 in this case. Okay, for this I'm going to put another example, a better example, because I'm going to create another variable called name. In this case, I'm going to prompt the user your name, and I'm going to make a double condition, which is going to be if age is equal to, we're going to check if the user is myself. Okay, if name is equal to Julio and age is equal to 26, I'm going to console log he is Julio and it's 26. In the case that it's not Julio and it's not 26, I'm going to add an else statement right here. I'm going to open and close curly braces. I'm going to say console log he is not Julio. Okay, if any of these is not true, then it will say this thing. If both of them are true, it will say this thing right here. Okay, so I'm going to refresh. My age is 26 and my name is Julio. So it will say he is Julio and it's 26. What happens if I'm 18 but I'm Julio? Okay, he's not Julio. Okay, I'm Julio but I'm not, he's not Julio and 26. Okay, maybe it makes more sense like this. Great. So we are checking here, let me delete this. If age is over 18, he is over 18, okay? Now we ask the name, and if the name is equal to Julio and age is 26, he is Julio and is 26. And now we can add an else if statement, which means if this condition is not met, we can check another condition, else if. Now we're going to check if the name at least is Julio, okay? So then we're going to say he is Julio, comma, but not 26, okay? And if none of these apply, then we add another else statement and console log not Julio and not 26, okay? So now let me refresh and I'm going to say my age is 26 and I'm Julio. Great, it says he's Julio and he's 26 because name is Julio and age is equal to 26. Let me refresh and I'm going to say my age is 18 and I'm Julio. He's Julio but not 26. Great, because this is not true, then it goes to the next else if statement and this is true. And what happens if my age is 18 and my name is some random name? He's not Julio and not 26. So we have different conditions. We can combine them with and or, which is this one right here. In fact, we can check if name is Julio or age is equal to 26. Okay, and say he is or Julio or 26, one of them. Okay, and now we have if name is equal to Julio and age 26, he is Julio and is 26. If name is equal to Julio or age equal to 26, he is or Julio or 26, one of them, because one of them is a complex. Okay, and then we console log if none of them is correct. Now, one thing you have to take into consideration is that here we're checking if name is equal to Julio and age is equal to 26. We're checking if age is equal to a number, but in fact age is not a number. Let me show you. Okay, I'm going to console log here some lines so we have a separation. Okay, so we can see it visual, and I'm going to console log the type of age. Okay, and you're going to see it with an example, because I'm going to also console.log age plus 100,000. Okay, let me refresh this and I'm going to say age 26 and name Mark. Okay, you can see he's or Julio or 26, because in this case it's 26 but it's not Julio. And here you can see the type of age is string, because the input is a text input. So JavaScript is using 26 as a string, not as a number, because when we add 26 to 100,000, it adds to the front. But let me add another one here. If we add another console log, and if we change the value of age is equal, well, I'm going to say let number age equal to number, and in between parentheses I add the age. This changes the type. This tries to change the type of this age to a number. Now, if I check this, okay, but instead of age, I use number age, the type, and the age, you will see that, let me refresh. I'm going to say age 26, okay, 26, name Mark. And you can see at the beginning it's a string, but here we changed it to a number. And now when we add this number age to 100,000, is being added correctly. why is this important? Well, let me show you. Because if I check here if age, let me add here, if age is equal 3 times, okay, so we are adding 3 equal characters, okay, but together. And Visual Studio Code again changes it to this character right here, but these are 3 equal marks. If we take if age is equal to 18, I'm going to console log age equal to 18 and type equal to number, okay, because here we are using a number, okay, else, sorry, instead of, okay, age is equal to 18 and type is equal to number. This won't be true, okay, so else I'm going to say to console log, because the type, as I show you here, is a string, okay, else if we're going to check if age is triple equal to 18 in between double quotes, because this means the type is a string, okay. Let me refresh. I'm going to say my age 18, the number is not important, and as you can see, age is equal to 18 and type is equal to a string. So when we want to check not only the value, because when we add 2 equal marks, it's checking only the value, but it doesn't matter if it's a string, a number, or any other data type, okay? It doesn't check it, but when we need to make sure it's a number, because we are going to make some operation with it, we need to check with 3 equal marks, okay? This is important. 2 only check the value, okay? When we have 2, it only checks the value, because age here is a string, okay? You can see age is being treated as a string, but this is true. This is being true sometimes, because when we only add 2 equal marks, it only checks the value. If we add a third one, it then checks the value and the data type, if it's a number or not. So here, age is equal to 18 and type is equal to a string, but if we check if number age is triple equal to 18, then we have console log, let me copy this, number age is equal to string and type is equal to number, okay. So let me refresh. 18, okay, number doesn't matter, and now age is equal to 18 and type is equal to string, and number age is equal to 18 and type is equal to number, because we are checking not only the value but also the type, okay. So this is very important. We have here some conditions we have made. You can play around with this and even create your own code or programs with this, like asking the age, maybe multiplying that age, or making some modifications. You can even create a program to know the age of a user if it tells you his birth date, for example, or his birth year. And you can do many things with this, and it's use the basics we need to start creating dynamic websites with lots of great functionality. I'm going to teach you something very useful, which are ternary operators. In this case, I have a prompt that I store in this num variable. I have another variable called message, which I'm consoling log it, but the message changes based on the value of the number. If it's a positive, I say it's positive number, else I say it's 0 or negative number. Okay, so if I add here 20, it says positive number. If I refresh and I add minus 12, it says 0 or negative number. We can refactor this to do it in a single line of code. Instead of adding all this code, I can delete it and I can say, okay, message is going to be equal to num bigger than 0 and question mark. Okay, so I'm asking, is the number bigger than 0? Okay, if it is, we will use this value, the true value. Else, these 2 dots is an else, we will use the false value. Okay, so if this condition is true, we will use this value. If it's false, we will use this value. So instead of true, I'm going to say positive, and instead of false, I'm going to say 0 or negative. Okay, so I'm replacing the if statement for this condition right here. I'm checking it, and if it's true, it will store this value. If it's false, it will store this value, and we are console logging it. So we are making everything and use 3 lines of code. I save, let me refresh and use 20 again, positive, let me refresh, use minus 8, 0 or negative. So we are making an if state in one line. These are the ternary operators. The same way we can store data in variables, we can store code and functionality inside functions. And the same way we declare a variable and assign it a value, we can declare functions and assign it some functionality. So we have let name equal Julio. So we are declaring this variable and we are going to declare a function. For this, we're going to use the word function. The name of the function, in this case, is going to say hello, open and close parentheses, open and close brackets, and here is going to be console.log hello. But as you can see, this is not working because we don't have the word hello here. Well, that's because here we are declaring the function, but we are not using it. For that, we are going to type the name, open and close parentheses, and now it's working. And as I told you, this can be used multiple times. If I copy and paste it, we have multiple hellos. This is very useful when you have some logic that you want to share or use it many times. For example, I'm going to create a multiply function, and we're going to pass a number 1 and number 2. Okay, these are parameters that you can use in your code. Okay, so we're going to declare const result is equal to number 1 multiplied by number 2. Okay, these names can be whatever you want, but you have to use them inside the function the way they are spelled here, and this will only work inside the function. These are not variables we are defining and we can use here num1. In fact, if I say this won't work. Okay, this is not this one right here. Okay, they are different. They are only used inside the function. And now I can console log the result. Okay, if I use multiply like this, I have none, which is not a number or not defined because it's not defining. We don't have result. It's not a number because we're not having number 1 and number 2. Let me console log number 1 and number 2. Okay, number 2. And as you can see, we have undefined and undefined because number 1 and number 2 is not defined. I have to pass them here. I'm going to pass 1 and 3. Okay, 1 multiplied by 3 is 3. And we have number 1 here and number 2 here. In fact, I'm going to say num1 equal to num1, and I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to add a comma, and num2 equal to number 2. So you know what is happening. Okay, so we have num1 equal to 1, num2 equal to 3, and I'm going to say num1 multiplied by num2 equal to result. Okay, 3. In this case, we can, as I told you, reuse it as many times as we want. So we can pass 5 multiplied by 3, 2 multiplied by 4, and whatever number multiplied by whatever number. Okay, and as you can see, we have 1 multiplied by 3, 3, 5 multiplied by 3, 15, 2 multiplied by 4, 8, etc. And it's code we can reuse. We can even add a prompt, as we learned before, and say, okay, I want to use let number 1 equal to prompt number 1. Okay, and then I'm going to copy it here, number 2 equal to number 2, and then I'm going to add here multiply number 1 and number 2. Okay, as you can see, this and this are different. I'm making this on purpose because this only works when you declare the function. You are declaring that the value, whatever value is passed here, it can be a number, it can be a variable, it can be whatever it is, it's going to be used this way. Okay, so let me delete all of this. In fact, I'm going to only use it once, and I'm going to console.log this as I did before. Now let me refresh and multiply 5 per 5. What is going to happen? We have 25 as expected. Great. But what happens if instead of multiplying it, I now add them? Okay, because as you know, this is being treated as strings, but when you multiply strings and JavaScript detects that they could be numbers, it multiplies them. Okay, and it transforms it into a number, because you can see here we have numbers. Okay, we have numbers, and here we have strings because they are different colors. So if instead of multiplying it, I create a new function called add, and instead of multiplying, I add here, and now I'm going to copy here and say add, what do you think it will happen? Well, as it's being treated as strings, we have 2525 instead of 50, but as the great thing about functions is that you can reuse them. Imagine we have a lot of places in our code where we add numbers. We are adding different numbers, okay? And we want to check that they are real numbers and not strings. It will be a nightmare to change it every time. But as we are reusing code, that's the great thing about creating functions, that you can reuse it anywhere and then you only have to change it in one place. Now you can say, okay, I'm going to let I'm going to say, okay, let new num1 is equal to number, and say num1. Okay, so I'm making sure number 1 is equal to a real number. And now instead of adding these numbers, I'm going to add these numbers. So now instead of being strings, they will be numbers, of course. And now 25 plus 25, it's going to be 50 because they are being treated as numbers. But in fact, here they are treated as strings because I'm using num1 instead of new num1. Now they will look like numbers. Let me show you. Let me refresh. 25 plus 25. Now they are numbers and everything is working as expected. So that's a function. It's code that you can reuse multiple times only by calling it. You declare the function with the word function, you added a name, in this case add, you can add some parameters, which is optional, only if you need them, and inside these curly braces, it's all the functionality that you're going to create. I know it's a little bit confusing at first, but we're going to apply this to a real project. So remember, when you apply it in a real project, and the more you use JavaScript, the more you will learn. It's the best way to learn programming. Don't you think that is something only for geniuses or for really logical people that understand these things? The only difference between you and any professional developer is practice. That's it. They are not more intelligent or more clever. No, they only have practiced more. So the more you practice, the better you will become. As you know, every website is just an HTML document, and we can use JavaScript to modify anything in this document using what is called the DOM, which stands for Document Object Model, and allows us to select certain elements and add event listeners. For example, in this case, I have a heading that says value 0 and a button. So every time you click here, I want to add 1 to this value. For this, we need to select this value 0 and be able to modify it so we add 1 unit each time. But I also need to add an event listener of the type click. So every time the user clicks here, I can do some functionality. In this case, select this value and add 1. Let's go step by step. First, how to select a value. We can select a value by the tag we are using, but as we might have so many buttons or so many dividers, headings, etc., the best way to accomplish this is with an ID. So I'm going to say button ID. But we can also use a class called button class, which is not a good practice because you might have also lots of buttons with that class. IDs are unique. It's the best way to accomplish if you only want to select one button. There are times when you might want to select multiple elements, but that's more advanced. So I'm only going to show you how to select it. Okay, so for this, I'm going to say const HTML button. Sorry, I got a message here. Const HTML button is equal to document because we are selecting something from the document. And you have here get element by ID, by class name, get elements by name, by tag name, etc. In this case, I'm going to use by ID in between quotes. I'm going to say button ID. Is it right? Button ID. Great. And now I'm going to console.log the HTML button. As you can see, it's null. Like if it doesn't exist, but it's here. I know the button is here and it has an ID, button ID. Why is this happening? Well, because the script is running before this button is created. It's at the top. So this script runs right away. When you load it, right here it will be executed, but the button doesn't exist. If I move it from there to the button, now we have a button with all its properties that we can modify and change. Okay, this is important. I will show you how to solve it, so when you have the script here at the top, it works fine. Okay, but this is something more advanced, so I will show you later. At the moment, we're going to leave the script tag at the bottom, so we know that the HTML page has loaded when we execute this JavaScript. Okay, so now I have the button, and it has a lot of properties right here. If it is disabled, if you can edit content, hidden, you can experiment here. In fact, as you can see, we have something like hidden, and I can say, okay, HTML button dot hidden is equal to true. Now, the element is hidden, you can't see it. But we can change other things, like text content is equal to some button changed. Okay, and you can see we're changing the text content, but you can even style it with CSS. So I can say style, HTML button style, color, and it's going to be red. And now the button is red. Or maybe I can say HTML button dot style, and you have here all of the every property you can think of, and the background color is going to be, in this case, going to be red, and the text is going to be white. Okay, and I'm changing this with JavaScript. This means that now I can add conditionals, functions, variables, or anything I want. I can add any functionality I need. And now I'm going to show you about event listener. So we have the HTML button, and I'm going to add an event listener to this button. So I say HTML button dot add event listener, open parentheses. I'm going to say which event listener I want to use. There are lots of them. You can search for them online. There's lots of information and documentation, but in this case I want to use click. And then I'm going to add a comma and the function I want to execute when this event happens. So I can create a function here. I can say function, open and close parentheses, open and close brackets, and say console.log click it. Okay, so every time I click, you see it's appearing here. So we have the number 4 because it has been clicked 4 times, 8 times, etc. But I can move this to another function. So I can declare a function called click it, open close, and then say console log click it. And instead of declaring the function here, which I'm declaring an anonymous function that doesn't have a name, okay, this anonymous function, I can say, okay, I'm going to pass here the function click it. So now every time you click, this is working. Okay, so this is the basic foundation of selecting objects and adding event listeners. Now we can go a little bit more advanced. As I told you, there are many ways you can select an HTML element using the ID, using the class, etc. So we can say const HTML button is equal to document, because we're selecting something from the document, get element by ID, get element by class name, and we can say, in this case, button class. Okay, so I can select it this way. Okay, and if I console.log the HTML button, we can see it here. But as you can see, it says document get elements by class name, and we have to be very careful with this, because with class names, as I told you, you can select multiple elements, and this is an array. So if we say HTML button dot style dot color equal to red, it's not going to work. As you can see, it's not working. Okay, this is very, very important, because it is an array of elements. We haven't covered arrays because that's more advanced and it's not something we're going to be covering here, but we should select the element we're going to use. In this case is the first element. Okay, an array is like a list of elements, and we are going to use the first one, which starts at 0. Okay, just something to take notice of. But the way to solve this is to use the query selector. Okay, we can use query selector to select the first element of an array, or query selector all to select all of them. So when you use query selector, as you can see, the element doesn't have query selector by ID or by class name. We have to specify it in the selector right here. So if I only say button, it will select the first button. If I add here an ID and I say button ID, it will select the first button with this ID. If I say button class and change this to a dot, you can see it's selecting this button that we wanted to select with the class, so we don't have this problem of the array. So it's a solution we can use, and it's a great way to select any element we want, knowing that we are selecting with the ID. But at the moment, I'm going to use the get element by ID because I think it's more clear if you are beginning. And also, as I told you, we can add event listeners. And we can even add event listeners to the document itself, which is the page. Okay, the document is what we are loading. This HTML document is the web page. We can add a document dot add event listener. In this case, the event listener is going to be called DOM content loaded. As I told you, DOM is the document object model. When the document is loaded, we're going to do something. Okay, so I'm going to add a function, open and close parentheses, open and close curly braces. And now if I select here a button, okay, const HTML button is equal to document, document dot get element by ID, and I say button slash ID and console.log the HTML button, you can see it's appearing here as expected. But what happens if I move this script from the bottom to the top? It's working. Why is it working if it's at the top? Well, if we move here outside this event listener, it will run immediately. When this code is loaded, it will run. But now sorry for this text. The button doesn't exist because the script is being executed here and the button hasn't loaded. But if we add this inside the document content loaded here, event listener, now it waits until the document is fully loaded to run this code. This is the way to solve the problem I told you, because sometimes when you use page builders, imagine you are someone from marketing and you are preparing a marketing campaign and you're designing a landing page with Elementor, Shopify, whatever, and you want to add a script. Sometimes those scripts you don't know where they are loaded. Sometimes they are loaded in the head, in the middle of the body, at the end. So maybe when you're running that script, it's not working. So this way you can solve this by adding an event listener of the DOM content loaded, so you know your script will always work and all the HTML elements that you want to select will be there, will be loaded. Okay, so this is a good practice to add your code inside the document at the event listener DOM content loaded. And instead of using a function, an anonymous function, you can say function main, or imagine this is a say hello, okay, say hello function, and you wrap all your, or get, instead of saying hello, get button function, you wrap your code inside this function, and instead of doing this, you do this. So now it's easier to maintain this code, because here you have all your functionality and you know it's being run here when the document is completely loaded, and you don't have to worry if the script tab is loaded here at the bottom, or it's loaded wherever it is loaded. So this way your code will work 100% of the times. Now you're ready to create the clicker I told you. So every time we click here, this value will increase. For this, I need to add an ID, button ID for the button, and I also need to select this number 0. For that, I'm going to use what is called a span. As I told you, this is like a divider, like a div, but for text. So I can select this number 0 or anything that is inside this span, and I'm going to say ID equal to span ID. It's better if you use the scripted names, like for example, you can say value and instead of button ID, add button. Okay, this is a best practice. Now, as I told you, we're going to add a document, add event listener of DOM content loaded, and when it loads, we're going to pass the clicker function. So we're going to define that function right here, function clicker, and console.log hello to check if it's working. Great, it's working. We can have our script tab before the HTML loads, because it will wait up until it is completely loaded to run this function called clicker. The first thing we need to get is the button and add an event listener, because we want to add the value when they click here. Okay, so I'm going to const HTML button is equal to document dot get element by ID, and the ID we said it was add button. Great, so I'm going to add it here, and we have the button. Now I'm going to add to the HTML button add event listener, and I'm going to add an event listener of the type click. We have a lot here, as I told you. Okay, when it changes, when it cancels, lots of them. In this case, it's going to be click, and the function is going to. I can say it here. I can say function. I don't need to add a name and do it here, or maybe do it outside. So say function add, and now instead of adding here the function, I'm going to say add. Okay, this is easier to read. Now, in the function add, we are going to, when they click here, every time they click, I need to get the value right here. So I'm going to say const HTML span. Remember, we select the HTML element, not the value. We need to get the HTML element to then get the value. So HTML span is equal to document get element by ID, and in this case, the ID is value. I'm going to console.log the HTML span, so we check everything is working, and now when I click, we have the span, and every time I click, we have the span. But we don't need the span, we need the span.text content. So every time I click, we have the text content, which is 0, and we need to add 1 to it. So I'm going to declare a new value, which is called value is equal to HTML span.text content, and I'm going to add 1. So this is the value I want to return. Okay, but the value is not being added, is not being replaced. So if I console.log the value, we can see we have 0, and every time we click is 1. Okay, now we have this 0 because remember, this text content is a string. Okay, because it's text. Every time JavaScript gets an element from the DOM, it's text. In fact, it says it here, text content. So we have to say number HTML span.text content plus 1. Now it says 1, but every time it says 1, but because every time it's getting the value 0 and it's adding 1 right here. But we need to replace the actual HTML span.text content equal to value. Now it will be added. So I click and we have 1. Now the next time I click, it will get 1 and it will add another 1. So it will be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now we have a working clicker. The great thing about this is that now we can add any functionality we want. And this is a challenge I dare you to make, but imagine, I'm going to say, okay, if the value is greater than 10, I'm also going to say HTML span dot style dot color is equal to red, for example. Okay, so now I do this, and when it's greater than 10, it changes to red. And we can do anything we want. That's the magic of JavaScript. Anything we can imagine of, we can make it right here. Or we can even add HTML documents inside. Like maybe when, I don't know, when this happens, you can do many things. In fact, I dare you to try it yourself. Add different elements, make them disappear, make them appear, make any program you can imagine of, like a to-do list. With the knowledge you have, you can do even a basic to-do list. But now we're going to make a real program, which is a countdown. So let's do it. In the last lesson, I told you that you already have the knowledge needed to create a basic to-do app. So I thought, why not try it myself? So that's what I'm going to do. I have here created a basic HTML document. I'm going to call it to-do app. At first, I'm going to create the elements I have. So we will need an input of type text. Okay, and here the user will type the to-do they want to create. Of course, we need to add a button. So when they click this button, we add the to-do to a list. Okay, so we need to create that list, of course. So we have an unordered list, and we will create list element to every to do task. Okay, so this will be to do task 1, to do task 2, etc. Okay, of course we need to select these elements with JavaScript. So I'm going to add IDs. Here we have the input. I'm going to add an ID here called button, and an ID here called list, for example. Great. I'm going to add the script tag here in the head, and I'm going to do it in this file, so I don't need to create a new file. As you know, when this script runs, these elements are not created, so we need to add a document, add event listener, DOM content loaded, and then pass a function. In this case, going to be Todo App. Okay, so we are going to create this function right here called Todo App. We're going to declare it, and it's just going to say console log working. Okay, so we know it's working. Great. When we refresh, it's working our function. We know everything is working as expected. The first thing we need to do is to select all those elements, the input, so we can get the text they are adding here, the button, so we can add an event listener, so when they click we get this value and we store it in the unordered list, and so we also need to get that list. Okay, so I'm going to say const input is going to be equal to document dot get element by ID. The ID is input, and semicolon here. I'm going to copy paste it, pressing Alt and Shift and the arrow to the down arrow, and I'm going to select input, Control D, so it selects the next text that has the same value, and I'm going to change it for button, and the same here, double click, Control D or Command D, and change this for list. Okay, this way we can code faster. Okay, so here we are. Sorry, my keyboard changed it to English. No, sorry. Okay, I'm going to add here a comment. So get HTML elements. Great. Now, the first thing is to add an event listener. So when we click this button, when the user clicks this button, is when we want the program to work. Okay, is when we want to get this value and store it. Okay, so button, add event listener. The event listener is going to be click, and we are going to run this function. Okay, so like this. In this case, I'm going to say console.log, and I'm going to say here click. Okay, so every time I click, it's working as expected. In this case, what I want to get when I click is I want to get the value that is inside here. When you use an input, you don't use a text value. Okay, you use what is called value. So we get the input dot value, and if I console log, you see we are getting this value. So I need to buy something. Okay, so we are gathering it. Now we need to get this and store it in the unordered list. So what we are going to do is first we need to create an HTML element. This is the only thing we haven't covered here. Okay, so I'm going to create a list item. You can name it however you want, or to do item, for example. And I'm going to say document, because we are doing something to the document, create element like this. Okay, and in this case it's going to be, we have here all the elements we can create: h1, h2, h3, header, HTML, iframe, everything. Okay, in this case it's going to be a list element. So we are creating this element. Now we have a list element item, which is just this. Okay, this is what we are creating in JavaScript, only this, and we need to add this value inside it. Okay, so this value will go right there inside. Okay, so we're going to say to do item dot text content is equal to input dot value. Okay, if we console.log that to do item, you will see it. Okay, so we have here some random name, and we have the same, I told you, the list item with this to do task. Okay, so I add it, and we have it here. Okay, great. This is what we are now going to add to the HTML document. And where are we going to add it? We're going to add it inside the unordered list. So we have the list. This list, remember, is the unordered list because we are selecting it here by the ID, and it's right here. So we're going to get the list and append child. Which child we are going to append? Child is because it's inside, it's a child. Okay, so here, this list item is a child of the unordered list because it's inside. Okay, that's what it's called, a child. Okay, so that's what we are going to do here. We're going to append the to-do item, and as you can see, now we have a buy groceries, for example, add to do, and we already have it here. So we have a Kairos course. Okay, and it's working. But now we can improve it a little bit. For example, we can delete this value so it restores it. Okay, so because now if I want to add a new to do, I have to delete it myself and say play games, and I have to delete it again. So we can do that very simple. We can get the input value is equal to empty. Now if I say go shopping, add it, it's deleted automatically. That's great. I'm going to delete this console log. Oh, I don't know what I did. I'm going to delete this console log. Okay, so we are getting we are creating a to-do item. This creates the li item. We are creating this. Then we are adding the text content the same as the input value, which is right there. Then we are appending that to-do item to the unordered list. So we are adding this input value right here. We're adding it here. We're then appending it inside the UL, and then we are removing the value that is in the input. And we can even improve it. We can do this. For example, when we append this, we can say, okay, to do item, add event listener. So we can add an event listener to that item inside this event listener. Okay, so we can combine them. And in this case, it's going to be the click event listener. And what we're going to do is to run this function, which is going to be to do item dot remove right here. This is a function, so we have to execute it. What this does is, okay, so I have task 1, buy groceries. I don't know if it's spelled like this. Of course, English is not my main language. What's course, etc. And now these elements, all of them have an event listener. So if I click on buy groceries, it's deleted. If I click on task 1, it's deleted. If I click on what's course, it's deleted. But we can improve it even more, because now what should happen, I think, when we click add to do and there is nothing, there is no value, it's being added. Okay, we can delete them, but we are adding empty to dos. So for this, we can add an if statement right here before everything and check if the input value, we have to check if input value is different. Okay, so we add an exclamation mark, an equal character. Okay, and if we put this together, it checks if it is not equal to an empty string. If it is not equal to an empty string, so it has something inside, then we're going to add this code inside. Okay, we check if the input value is not empty. Okay, so these two characters together, an exclamation mark and an equal mark. Then if they are not an empty string, then we create the list item, add the input value to the text content. We append it to the list, okay, which we are getting here, the ID list, the unordered list, and then we add an event listener. So when they click, it's a remove, and we empty the input value. In fact, we can, at the moment we add it here, we don't need it anymore, so we can delete it. Now, if I try to add an empty to do, it's not working. In fact, I could add an else statement, else, which says console, for example, console.log, add some text, okay, like this. Okay, sorry, like this. Okay, so if I try to add an empty value, it says add some text. If I add a value like task, then it creates it and it deletes it from here. So I can add here by what's course, subscribe to Kairos, leave a like, and I can delete all of them. So it's that simple. We have a basic to-do list app with all the basic functionalities. You can create data, you can store it in an ordered list, and you can even delete it. These are the basic functionalities of any web program. I'm going to show you how to work with dates in JavaScript. For this, I have created a time.html document, and I have here it opened with the live server. I'm going to create a script tag, and you don't have to create all the HTML structure for these examples to work, okay? Do it in a real website, but here with the script tag is more than enough. So I'm going to create a new variable called today. I'm going to create a new instance of date, and I'm going to console.log it so you can see what it's being displayed, okay? So as you can see, it's the date we are right now, okay? So today is November 11, Monday of 2024, and it's 12:49, okay? Great. But this right here is not only a string. This is what is called a class. You don't have to understand what a class is right now because that's more advanced. But when we use this word new and the date is with the first letter uppercase opening and closing, this is an instance of a class called date, and we can use many methods. Okay, so if we add a dot, you can see here we have get date, get day, get full year, and tons of them. Okay, so if we get the day, open and close parentheses, you see 1, but today is 11. That's because today is Monday. Okay, we are getting the day, which is Monday. If we create and get date, we get 11, which is the actual number of the date. But we can get full year, we can get anything we want, and we can also create custom dates. Okay, so let custom date equal to new. Let me copy everything. Okay, so it's faster here, and instead of today, I'm going to say custom date. Okay, now I'm going to show it like this, and I'm going to say today is, so we can differentiate one from the other. Today is, and this is the custom date. Great. Now in here I can add a string that has to be a certain format. We can use many formats like ISO. We can use this one that is being displayed right here, and we don't need to add all the information. We can only add the date, and it will default to the hour 0000. But we can also add the hours and minutes, minutes and seconds, etc. Let me show you. Okay, so let's create a date for October 12 of 2024. Okay, and we have here October 12, 2024, and the default hour is 0. But we can add here the hour, so I want it to be at 12:30. Okay, and now it's at 12:30. But I want the second to be 14. Okay, so we can add the second, but we can also make it with the ISO convention. So we can say, okay, 2024, month October, and day the 28th of October. Okay, so October 28, 2024. Okay, but we can change it to 2020, for example, and the hour will be you can see the default hour is 0, but we can say at 22, 25, 26. Okay, so we have that hour. Great. How can we combine those dates? Okay, imagine when we want to create a countdown, we have to subtract the date the countdown ends at to the date we are currently on. Okay, so let's say that we want to create a countdown that ends tomorrow. Okay, so 12 at midday. Okay, at 12 o'clock. Great. How can we get the time how can we subtract this date from this date? Well, we have to do what it's called get time. Okay, and this will be very weird, but as you can see here, we have some very long number. This is what is called a Unix timestamp. Okay, so if you search it for it online, Unix timestamp is the time in milliseconds since January, the 1st of January of 1970. Okay, Universal Time Central or something like that. Okay, so it's changing its second. Okay, so these are the seconds since this moment. Okay, but in this time, in this function right here, it's getting it in milliseconds. Okay, so that's a universal standard that is used. You don't have to know the history or anything, but with this we have two numbers, so we can subtract them. Okay, so if I say let difference equal to custom date minus today and console.log the difference, we have the difference between this date and this date in milliseconds. So how can we show this difference in seconds? I'm going to say here, not in seconds. Well, I want to show it in days, okay? So let's say how many, in hours. Okay, let's say how many hours of difference there are. Well, we can use difference, and we can divide it by 1000, because 1000 milliseconds is 1 second. Now we have let me show it here. Okay, reference difference is not defined. Difference, sorry, I misspelled difference. Okay, so we have now the date in seconds. If we multiply those seconds per 60, now we have the date in minutes. Okay, I have to add parentheses here. Now we have the date in minutes. If we multiply those minutes per 60, now we have the date in hours. Okay, so it's 23 hours until tomorrow at 12, and it makes sense because now it's 12:54, so it's 23 hours. Okay, if we add the same time, 12:55, it will say 24 hours, because in one day this countdown will end. And if we want to say days, we will not 24, because a day have 24 hours, and it will be 1 day. And instead of 12, I add here 25, it will be in 13 days and 99.99, because now it has passed that hour. Okay, so this is the way to get the difference between certain dates. But how can we display this time updated? Okay, because if I say let me this is days until, okay, and I'm going to add days. Great. Let me show you this. If I say if I console.log today, okay, I'm going to create a new date. Okay, I'm going to let today 2. Okay, I'm going to create a new date so we can see it like this. Console.log today 2. Okay, so we can see it like this. Okay, as you can see, the time is this one, but it's not being updated. Okay, if I refresh the page, it gets updated 56:04. If I update, it gets updated. Every time I refresh, it gets updated. But how can I update it in real life? Well, we can use what is called an interval. Okay, so I can set an interval, and this takes 2 parameters. First, a function that is going to run, and then the interval we're going to set, so the function will run every time that interval passes. Okay, so for example, I'm going to create a function called say hello, and this function, sorry, I have to define it. Okay, function say hello, and this function is going to console.log hello. Okay, and I'm going to pass that function here, say hello, and every second it's going to say hello. Okay, so it says hello, hello again, hello again. You can see this number being updated because it's being console log every time. Let me do something. Let me math random. Okay, this creates a random number, so you can see one random number, another one, another one, another one every 1000 milliseconds. I can make it faster, and every half second is going to be doing this, or every 100 milliseconds. Now it's really fast. Okay, or every 5 seconds, for example. I'm going to make it 5 seconds. So every 5 seconds there will be one number updated. So what we can do is we can console log this date every second. So, okay, so it will get updated, but it's not going to work. Look, it's being console log, but the date is not being updated because we are getting the date outside this interval. So we have to get it inside this interval, and now the date will be updated. 50, 51, 52, 53. So we are getting a timer right now. 56, 57, 58, 59. Now that's 1 minute. Okay, so it's being updated in real time. Now we have created a counter, and we can combine this right here with this right here to create a countdown or anything we want related to dates. Okay, this of course you can add the function like this. Okay, so you can add this functionality right there, and it will work the same way. Okay, so you can see it's being updated, but I have done it in a different function. I hope you're excited because you're going to create your first countdown, and I promise you, you're going to be using this a lot in your website. So the first thing you need is a countdown.html file with an script tag linked to this countdown.eas file, a paragraph with the ID countdown, and here we will display the time left. So it will say X days, X minutes, X seconds left. Okay, hours, minutes and seconds left. Okay, like this. This is the message we want to be updated every second. So now we're ready to go to our countdown right here. What we're going to do is to create a new date. So this is going to be the date we want the countdown to finish. Okay, so it's going to be the end date. You know how to do this. We create a new date instance, and in this case I'm going to console.log it so you can see what we are doing. Right now it's creating the date that it's right now, okay, but we don't want to do that. We want to create the date the countdown is going to end. So let's do it a couple of days from now. For example, November 14, 2024 at 8 p.m. for example. Okay, so we have the time created, November 14, 2024 at 8. Great. Now we need to create the interval. So this updates every second. So we're going to create a set interval. We're going to pass a function called countdown, and it's going to run every second. Let's declare the function countdown, and let's console log the end date here. So every second we have a console log. Great, it's working. The first thing we need to do is to create a new date called now. Okay, so we are going to create a new date, and this is going to be the date that it's right now. Remember, we do this inside so it updates. Look, second 45, second 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. If we do this outside the function, it will be always the same time because it's only generated once. We need to generate it every second. So we do it inside the function countdown, which is inside this interval that is running every second. So the next thing we need to make is subtract, calculate the difference. Difference, I think it has two F, difference, which is going to be the end date, which should be bigger, minus now. Okay, this won't work. Okay, let me show you. Okay, it's working, but the best practice is it? Yeah, it's working. Okay, so we see this unit right here because it's milliseconds. So the right here it's changing every second. Okay, but it's a good practice to get the time. Okay, because otherwise we don't know if it's what we are getting. Okay, so we need to make sure we are getting the time in Unix timestamp. Okay, so now we make sure it works the way we expect. Okay, we have the difference. Now we need to know those milliseconds, how many days, how many hours, how many minutes, and how many seconds are. So for this, we're going to make a simple operation. In this case, I'm going to say const days is going to be the difference divided by 1000. So now let me console log days. Okay, sorry. Let me console log days. In fact, well, let me console log days at the moment. Okay, so right now we have it in seconds. You can see it because the last unit is changing every second. 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, if we multiply it by 60, every minute has 60 seconds. So now we have minutes. Okay, if we multiply it by 60 again, now we have hours. If we multiply it by 24, because every day has 24 hours, we have days. 3 days left. Is it correct? Well, today is 11, and in 3 days it will be 14. Great. Now I'm going to make the same with, instead of days, I'm going to say hours, minutes. I think minutes is like this, right? Yeah. And seconds. You might think I'm stupid, but remember, English is not my main language, okay? So I'm going to console log all of them. If you console log them inside curly braces, it's as if they were it's an object, okay, and you can see one next to the other, okay. So I'm going to say days, hours, minutes, and seconds. Okay, so they are displayed this way. Okay, so days, hours, minutes, and seconds. We can see all of them one next to the other. But of course, this won't work. Okay, here if I divide it by 1000, it transforms these milliseconds, which we have here in the difference, to seconds. Okay, so in fact, only doing this, we already have the seconds. If we divide it by 1000 multiplied by 60, we have minutes. Multiplied by 1000 by 60, we have hours, and then we have days. Okay, this data is correct, but we have a problem. Let me add more time. Okay, so it only, sorry, no, it will. Let me show you like this. Okay, so we have one problem because these seconds includes the days, includes the hours, includes the minutes. Okay, so every time we get, in this case, the days, we only have to get the hours from this extra time. Okay, so we have 3.2. Okay, so we have to get 3 days and the hours inside that 0.2. Okay, so let me show you here in a comment. Okay, so if we want to transform 70 minutes to seconds, sorry, 70 minutes to hours, how do we do this? Well, we divide 70 by 60 and we get 1 point something. Okay, in this case 1.16. Okay, like this. The hours, when we get this, okay, the hours is equal to 1 because there is 1 hour inside that 70 minutes. And because this is a simple operation, we know that minutes is equal to 10. But why? Well, because what we do is we multiply 60 by 1 and then we subtract it from 70. So we get 70 minus 60 multiplied by 1, by this value, by the number of hours. Okay, so instead of 70 we have 130, it will be the same but 2.16. So, okay, so we will have 130 minus 60 multiplied by 2. This will be equal to 10 minutes, which is the same, okay? 60 multiplied by 2, which is the number of hours, okay? We have 2 hours and 10 minutes, okay? So here we have 2 hours, 10 minutes. And here we have 1 hour, 10 minutes, okay? Do you understand this? So for this, we need to know the remainder. The remainder is calculated in JavaScript with this modulus operator, okay, with the percentage character, okay. If we say 170 modulus operator and 60, it will gives us 10 minutes. If we do this 130 modulus 60, it will give us the same, okay. So this operator right here, which is called the modulus operator, gives us the remainder, okay. Let me show you. Okay, so we have 3 point something. If I say instead of this in the hours, I'm going to make this, but I'm going to add the modulus operator. Okay, so we have the in milliseconds the remainder of this. Okay, in fact, if I transform this, all of this, only the remainder to days again, you will see that it's 0.19, okay, which is the same right here. Okay, so we have days 3.19, hours 0.19. So the only thing we need to do right now is this remainder, which we are transforming it into days, transform it into hours. So right now we have 3 days and 4 hours. Okay, 3 days and 4 hours. I hope you're understanding this. I know it's some complex math, but well, it's the way it is. But now we are getting 3.19 days, and we only want the number 3. So for this, we use what is called math.floor. So it rounds it to the unit. Okay, and we are going to floor all of this, and now we're getting 3 days, and we're going to make the same with the hours. Okay, so we have it like this, and now we have 3 days, 4 hours, we have what we need, and we only need to copy this to the minutes and to the seconds. But instead of here dividing instead of getting the reminder of the days, we're getting the reminder of the hours, and we are transforming it into minutes. And the same we're going to be doing here, okay? So we are getting the reminder of the minutes in this case, and we are transforming it into seconds. So now we should have 3 days, 4 hours, 43 minutes and 56 seconds, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, etc. We already have a timer. Right now, we only need to display this in the paragraph, and that's it. We can do it in 2 ways, okay? So I'm going to delete this, okay? So we know I'm going to leave it here because maybe you want it later, okay? So I'm going to create a constant called message, okay? And we can do it in 2 ways, okay? Let me say add here hello, okay? Because in order to show this message in this paragraph, the only thing we need to do is we need to get, which I'm going to do right here at the top, okay? Here, const paragraph is equal to document. You already know how to do this. Get element by ID, and its name countdown, okay? Because this is the ID we have used here, okay? So we have this paragraph, and now I'm going to say paragraph dot text content is equal to message. So you can see it will change. Kairos operators null. Okay, paragraph dot text content is equal to message. I make some mistake. Okay. Okay, I think because paragraph can, well, we can use inner HTML. Maybe this works. Kairos operators null. Paragraph document get element by ID count. Okay, count down. I misspelled here. Okay, great. Don't worry. Text. We can use text content. It should work. Okay. These are mistakes you can also make. Okay, so make sure to check your code. Okay, so we are getting the paragraph, and we are adding this message, which is hello. Okay, instead of adding this hello, what we're going to do is we are going to add the seconds, okay? And you will see it will change 56, 55, 54, etc. We can concatenate elements, so I can add here a string that says seconds left. Okay, so now we have 44 seconds left, 43, 42, 41. Okay, it's working. And I can even add minutes, add another string which says minutes, comma, plus seconds. Okay, so now we have 41 minutes, 28 seconds, 27, 26. Okay, so we can create a message like this, adding variables and strings to create a full message. But this will get very long. So there is an easier way to do this. Instead of using double quotes or single quotes, we can use backticks, and we can add the character, the dollar sign, open and close braces, and add the word our variables, and then add a string, okay, seconds, without needing to add this character right here, the plus sign. Okay, so now this also works. As you can see, this is easier because we don't have a lot of signs, plus signs and strings, variables. We have everything inside. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the full message. In this case, it's going to be the number of days, okay, open and close curly braces. I'm going to say days, comma, the number of hours, then add the text hours, comma, the number of minutes, add the word minutes, and the number of seconds left. And we have the countdown working. We can check this if you want. Instead of 14, I'm going to add 15, and you will see it's 1 day more, 4 days. It has now 4 hours. If I add 1 hour here, we have now 5 hours, so it's working perfectly. But what happens if this, when the countdown ends? Maybe we want to display a message, okay? So that's what I'm going to do. Before everything, okay, before getting, making all this logic right here, I'm going to check if the distance, okay, if difference is mine is smaller than 0, okay? This means it's a negative value, so the countdown has ended. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say paragraph dot text content, and I'm going to say the promotion, the promotion is over, okay? So, or offer expired, okay? So when the countdown ends, it's going to display this message and it's not going to continue. In fact, what we can do is, so it doesn't continue, is return, okay? When you do this in a function, it stops, okay? At this point, okay? So the function will go from up to down, okay? From the top to the bottom. So it will do this line, it will do this line, it will do this line, it will get here, and when if it hits the return, it will stop, okay? And it won't continue. But we also don't want to continue the interval, okay? This interval. So we can say clear interval right here, and pass the function we want to clear, okay? So we can clear the interval like this, but that's more advanced, so I'm not going to go that way, okay? So with this is enough, because every time, even if the interval is still working, every time it hits this part right here, it won't continue, okay? So let's check this. Imagine we say November 11 at 15:32, okay? So it will be some minutes, sorry, 22, okay, 23. It was the opposite, okay? So now it has 51 seconds. Let me 22 and 40 seconds. 25 seconds, okay? So in 20 seconds, this should display the message offer expired, and it shouldn't be working, okay? It should only show that message. So let's see if we have done it right. I hope. 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7. Remember also this, the modulus operator. 4, 3, 2, 1. And now it should say offer expired. So it's working as expected. You have a countdown, and you can make it not only so it ends in a certain date. Maybe you can do it to end every Monday, because you have some methods right here to get the day, get the year, get the month. So you can make it. You can make a countdown that resets every month, or every day, or every week. So you can make anything you want with the knowledge you have right now, and you can show with conditionals, with all this logic right here, you can make it as you want. It's time to begin with our final project of this course. For this, you're going to go to github.com/kairosplan/course web basic, and GitHub is a place used to store code. Okay, so here we have all the code used in this course: the HTML module, CSS module, JavaScript, and the final project, which we are going to begin right now. Okay, so you're going to click code, download zip, and I already downloaded the files here, so I'm going to extract them here, and you will see we have all the HTML files, all the CSS files, etc. And in the final project, we have the project already finished. So if we open here, you can see the website is working as expected, and we also have the images that we need. Okay, so we are going to copy that images folder, and we are going to paste it in the folder we were creating our final project. Okay, so I'm going to copy it here. So you have your images. You will see I have cards, and cards low quality. Okay, and as you can see, the size of this image is 15 megabytes, which is like 15,000, more than 15,000 kilobytes. And this one also weighs 58 kilobytes, so it's a lot less, okay? When you are designing a website, one of the things that impact the most on the web speed, the time it takes for the website to load, are images, because they usually have a really big size. So for this, you're going to go to this website, squash.app, and you're going to get one image each time. That's what I already did for you, okay? But this is what you should do when you create a new website, and you're going to drag it here. And you have here if you want to change the quality, okay, already just dragging it here, it reduces 84% of the size. In this case, I'm also going to resize the image because it's very big. We're not going to use these images that big, so in this case, you have to know where you are going to use this image. This image is going to be used here, and it's going to be very small. The maximum width that it's going to have is like 400 pixels. So I'm going to give it a width of 1000 just to make sure, a quality compression of 75, and we reduced it from 15 megabytes, which is 15,000 kilobytes, to only 59.9 kilobytes. So you can download this image, and this is the one you're going to use for your website, so it loads fast. Otherwise, the website will take too long to load because all those megabytes have to be downloaded by your computer or mobile phone. And if you have a fast connection, it will go fast for you. But if you are using your mobile phone, which lots of people use nowadays, and they are using 4G or 5G, it might take a while to download. Okay, so I just got all these images, and the ones that are very big like this, because these have a really big quality, they are original images. Okay, you can zoom and have lots of details. I compress them with this squash.app, so it now doesn't have that much quality, but it's more than enough for the size that we are going to use, which is going to be at a maximum of 400 pixels more or less. Okay, so it looks great on this size. Great. Now we have the final project opened in Visual Studio Code. You can go to new window. Okay, imagine you don't have it open. You can go to the final project folder and drag it to Visual Studio Code. So we open it here, and I have all the images here with the low quality and with the regular quality. Again, this one is 15 megabytes, 4000 wide, and this one is only 58 kilobytes and 67 width. Okay, and I also created a basic index.html file with a title called Welcome to Magic Starter. I linked the CSS, I added a script tag, and I created a script document which has an event listener, so when the DOM content is loaded, it will run the function, the main function, which is this one right here, and here we're going to add all our code, okay, all our JavaScript code. And I also have an empty index CSS. Okay, so this is the setup for the final project. So we are ready to start adding all the content for the website. I'm also going to start the live server, and I'm going to open it in the browser. Okay, so right now we have here this and everything is working. If I add here an alert, you can see the alert is showing. Okay, if I'm going to remove it, and I'm going to add an H1 which says working. And you can see it here, but I'm going to close this one because I'm going to use it in the external browser so we can check things easier. Okay, so we have everything ready. We have the images with the original quality, and I told you how to optimize them for your website. This is necessary. You have to do this on any website you launch in real life, because otherwise the website will take too long. This is the main issue people have with when creating their websites. They create slow websites because of the resources they are loading. JavaScript and CSS also impacts the website speed, but images is the thing that impacts it the most, and it's the easier to solve. You only have to go to the website I told you, squash.app, drag the image, resize it to any image, for example this one, resize it to the size you need. For example, in this case, more or less, in this case I only need a 1000 width, or maybe this is for the header, and the one I'm going to use for the header, I need it to be here. This one maybe I need it to be bigger because it's going to be wider. Okay, so maybe I add a width of 1500, okay, like this, and a quality of 75. It's still only 127 kilobytes, and it looks great. I mean, on real size, like this, you don't notice the difference. Okay, it's more or less the same. Only because I have this grain effect, which is compressed. It's hard to compress. Okay, so that's the only difference. But it even looks better like this. Okay, so we have the images ready. We have our folder open in Visual Studio Code with the HTML, JavaScript, and CSS file, and we're ready to begin with this final project. When you're designing a website, there are certain elements that will be used over and over. For example, this button right here will be the same as this button right here, not in the colors, but in the padding, border radius, styling of the text, etc. And it will be the same on all your buttons on your website, probably. Maybe you only want to change the color, or if it's a solid or outlined button, etc. So in this case, what we do is we create utility classes that can be combined. So we have a main button class right here, which adds the padding, the text decoration none, okay, so it removes this decoration from text, okay, and it adds a border radius, opacity, inline block, and margin top of 1em, okay, and this is the same in this button right here and in this button right here and every button you create. So this has the same button base class, and then we apply a second utility class, in this case button secondary, which adds the background color and the text color. But maybe we want to create a class called button outline, for example, and instead of adding a background, we make a transparent background, the text of the color we make it white, and then we add a border of 1 pixel solid white, for example, or 2 pixels, okay, like this. And this is the variation button outline, but it has the same padding, text decoration none, border radius, transition for the opacity, because when we over it will have some opacity. In this case not, but maybe you can add also some over styling for the button secondary, okay, so we can add a new buttons secondary 2 points over. So when we over it, we add a background of white, for example. Okay, so now when we over it, it's okay, and the color of the text will be red, okay, in this case. So now we have this functionality right here, and we will need also to add a transition of color, color 0.3 seconds, and it's, for example, like this, okay, and now we have this transition. Great, this will be added with this button secondary utility class, but the main class will always be the same. What's the great thing about this? Well, if we want to change the padding of all our buttons, instead of 1em to 2ems and here 1em, okay, so they are bigger, and maybe the border radius will be now 50 pixels, so they are completely rounded. It will be applied to all our buttons, this one right here and also this one. As you can see, only changing one CSS class we change the styling of all our websites. So if we want to make a redesign, when we want to use these rounded corners, it's very easy to do. And we don't only use it for buttons or text or containers, we also use it for the main layout of our website. So in this case, if I inspect this section right here, you can see it has a container class, okay? And this container class, if I select it right here, it's been applied to all the elements, okay? So every single element in this website has this container class. Why? Because this defines the main layout. So in this case, we always want to have some separation here at the left and here at the right. And that separation is being applied by this container class because it defines a width of 90%. So there is always 5% of separation on each side. And it also has margin auto, so that content is centered. Okay, so this allows us, if I click here, so I can see it on different screen sizes, it will always have some spacing at the left and at the right. And as we are using percentage, it will always be responsive because it will adapt to the screen size. If we have smaller screens, the separation at the left and at the right will be smaller, so it will adapt this to the screen. And we also have a max width of 1200 pixels because sometimes when we are on very big screens, okay, I'm going to zoom out, you don't want to have some of the content very far away at the left and some of the content very far away at the right, because it's a very bad user experience. So we are going to have a maximum width right here, okay? And you can, of course, modify it. If I change only this container class, which is defined once, okay? So let me see here the container class. If instead of 90% I want 50%, now I have a very narrow content. Or maybe I want to add a 100% and add some padding in line of 20 pixels. So I always have 20 pixels. I want to have the same spacing on mobile devices and on big screen devices. Or maybe I can add media queries, which is something we will learn later on to make responsive designs. Okay, so I can change only one class and it applies to everything. Okay, so that's something we're going to be using in this in this website, okay, utility classes that will be created once and applied many times. So if in a future we want to change the looking or the layout or maybe a button or whatever, we can change it only once and it will be applied to all our website, okay? Now that you have all the required knowledge, I'm going to go a little bit faster, but I recommend you to stop whenever you need and to follow along, okay? So you are going to do the same steps I will be doing, okay? So first, we're going to design the header right here. For this, the HTML we're going to use is a header tag right here for our header, which will have a class of hero, which we will be using to style this main container right here with the image, that dark overlay and the color of our text. And then we add a div class of container, which adds the main styling of all our website, this margin right here at the left and at the right, and the maximum width of 1200 pixels that we talk about. And then a class of hero content, which will help us style the main content of our website right here, okay? And then a anchor with the class button and button primary. Now we are going to add the styling, and as you can see, even though this is a blank website, it has some styling because the content is not aligned to the corner right here at the top left. In fact, if you go to your body, you will see it has, as you can see here, it has some margin, okay? So if I select the body, it has a margin of 8 pixels. And also the headers have some margin, the paragraphs have some margins, the anchor has a text underline, okay? Because HTML has some styling by default, okay? And there are things called CSS reset that helps us remove that basic styling. If you find CSS reset online, you will find some tools like this one, which is a copy-paste CSS that will make your CSS look as a white canvas, okay? So any styling you want to have, you will have to apply it yourself. It won't have any styling, any margin, anything. So it's a good practice because it resets the CSS, the index styling, and then it allows you to add any styling you want. In this case, we're going to add a basic reset, which will remove the margin and padding of all the elements, okay? All the elements right here. And the box sizing will be border box. This will help us measure things easier. And we are going to add a font family of system UI. We already learned about this. We're going to change the color of our text so it doesn't look that dark, and a line height of 1.5. Okay, that's our basic CSS to reset our document. So now we have the content aligned at the top left. We have the text looking as we want, and we can start styling. Okay, so first we're going to begin with the utility classes. As I told you, we added a container class right here, and that's what defines the margin at the left and at the right. Okay, so with a maximum width of 90%, with a width, of 90%, and maximum width of 1200 pixels, and margin auto, so it's centered. Okay, now we add the utility classes for the button, which adds padding, remove the text decoration, border radius, a transition. Transitions are so it's a smooth animation when you change certain properties. In this case, the opacity. Okay, when the button is over it. Okay, so button 2 points over. So when we over it will add some opacity. In this case, well, remove opacity, so it creates this animation. Okay, in fact, I can make it more so you can see it of 0.5, and now it's even more. Okay, and it even changed this instead of 0.3 seconds to 1 second, and now it takes more time. Okay, so that's for the button. Then we are going to add the specific styling for the hero. In this case, it's very easy. I'm going to add a background. The URL is this folder right here we are in, but then we go to images, and I'm using the image Magic Kit, the low quality version, so it's not as big. Okay, and I'm going to make it no repeat, because if I don't add this, the image can be repeated depending on the size it is. Okay, so no repeat, it means it will be only displayed once. Center and center cover. Okay, cover, it means it will take all the space it needs. Okay, if I remove this, you will see it is the original size, so it will take maybe more space, or if you have a very big screen, it will be cut at the edges. Okay, so this cover, center cover will take all the space and will be shown only once. Okay, so if I remove, let me show you this. Okay, if I remove this, it will take only the space needed. If I remove the no repeat, it will be repeated each time. Okay, so if I zoom out, you see we have one image right here, one image right here, one image right here. Okay, so this is a basic CSS styling to add a background image that takes all the space. And the hero content, I want a max width of 600 pixels, and I'm not adding any margin auto because I want it to be at the left right here. Okay, because if we have a very long line right here, it doesn't look good. Okay, if I add here 1000, maybe we have a very long line right here. If we have more text, it will look worse. So if you add a 600, it's 6%, no, 600 pixels, it looks better and easier to read. Okay, in a future lesson we will add some responsive design, but that will be at the end of this module. Now for the countdown, is the same we learned in the JavaScript module. So we are going to create the basic HTML with a section class countdown, so we can add specific style to it. And then we have another divider with the class containers, so we apply the same styling as all our website. And we are going to center the text. This is going to be another utility class because the text is very common to center it. Okay, with a heading and the divider where we will have the countdown itself. Okay, this ID is not for the JavaScript. We will select, in this case, instead of selecting the full text, we are going to be selecting separately the days, the hours, the minutes, and the seconds, and we will changing each of those values so we can have it in different boxes and have its own styling. Okay, those boxes will be styled by timer box, and we are going to add some responsive styling with flex wrap, and justify center, which are also going to be utility classes that we're going to be using over and over. Okay, so let me show you. The utility classes make the content to be in the middle. Okay, so let me, but why it's not the default of flex? Okay, so let me show you here. Okay, so we have here the flex container. Okay, first, when we add the flex display, instead of each divider taking one full line, they are now one next to the other, taking the width they need. Okay, we covered this in the CSS module. Then we justify the content to the center. Okay, so it's aligned at the middle. Okay, but we can change it. Maybe we can add space between. Okay, so there is the space around. So it's the same spacing around each element, or space between. So all the space is between the elements. It's more or less the same, but these two elements are at the top maximum left and maximum right. Okay, so there are multiple space center. Okay, so there are multiple layouts we can use, and then we add a text wrap. That's used because if I click here and I make a very small screen, you can see this is taking the maximum width, and it's making some weird layouts right here when we have very small devices. Okay, let me even make a little bit of zoom so you can see it clearly. Okay, so when I go when I pass a certain point, it starts doing breaking the layout. Okay, if we add text wrap, then when each of these elements doesn't have enough space to take, it will create a new line. Okay, the same with text. Okay, text right here, you can think it as of text. Each word, when they don't have enough space, they go in a new line. Okay, we can even change this behavior, but that behavior is the default when you have text, when you have display flex right here. Okay, so this displays flex. If we add flex wrap, when it doesn't have enough spacing, it will take a new line. Okay, now we add the specific styling for the countdown. Okay, so we add a background, some padding for each of the boxes. Sorry, that's the main container. We are adding a gray background and some padding, so we have this spacing at the top and the bottom. Then each box will be with a white background, some padding, border radius right here, and it will have some margin. Okay, so we have this spacing and in between elements. Okay, the padding is inside the box, the margin is outside, and it will be aligned to the center. Okay, so very simple. Okay, the same with the span is the text itself that will be inside. Okay, so we are in the display block and the font size. Okay, so this will give us the basic styling. Again, If you need time, stop this lesson, inspect the elements, try to change each of those things to know how are they being applied. Okay, so you can see here we have the timer box. Okay, so if I change the timer box to red, you see these changes. Okay, if I add instead of 5 pixels 50%, okay, is this border radius that we are changing. Okay, and I'm trying to understand each of the parts. And now we go to the JavaScript. We first define a function countdown. Okay, we have already seen this. We get the date we want it to end at, so it's the 31 of December of next year, and we get the time, so we have it in Unix timestamp. We create a set interval. Okay, we make it inside a countdown function constant, because this way we can clear it. Okay, let me show you here, clear interval. Okay, I showed you in the JavaScript course that if the distance is smaller than 0, because the time has already passed, we are going to say, okay, offer expire. In this case, we are going to add a heading 3. Okay, let me show you. Okay, so if this is 2023, well, sorry, first I have to add the countdown function, so it's working. Okay, in the main function, because the main function is called when the DOM content is loaded. Again, we're going some steps ahead, because I want you to advance and start understanding more advanced concepts. Okay, so we are declaring a function and we are calling it inside the main function, which is being called when the DOM content is ready. Okay, so if I refresh the page, when the DOM is ready, it starts working at the first interval. Okay, so we are getting the distance. If I add here a date that has already passed, if I show you, the offer has expired. Okay, great, that's just what I wanted to show you. But we are not only changing this, because if you only change this and don't clear the interval, let me show you, console.log working. Okay, so each time this let me add 2025. And now if I go to the console, working, so it will be called the function, it keeps working. Okay, but if let me comment this right here, if I add a date that has already passed, okay, 2023, although the offer has expired, it's working. You can see it here, 5, 6, 7. It's not working well because there are some elements that are not there, because we are removing all the elements. Okay, but let me do it this way. Okay, working. So although this we don't want it to be working, it's working. Okay, so if we clear the interval right here, it works only once, but when it checks that the distance is smaller than 0, it clears the interval and this interval stops working. Okay, this is for optimization and speed, because if you have so many code working when you don't want it to be working, the page will be slower. Okay, so it's really simple to do. Instead of defining the set interval here, we define it inside a constant, and then we can say clear interval and that constant right here. Okay, so now everything works as expected. When it's finished, it says offer expire and it's not working anymore. Okay, this code right here is not working. Great. So that's the countdown, and I'm going to make this again a date that's going to pass in a while, and we have a working countdown that updates, and it has different blocks. Okay, so I wanted to make something more complex. Instead of being in a single paragraph, we have a timer box with spans that select the days, the hours, the minutes, and the seconds in different HTML elements. So we can manipulate them exactly. We can manipulate this exactly as the thing that we want. Okay, the days, the hours, the minutes, and the seconds. And we are making the transformation we already learned in the JavaScript module. Okay, so this is the countdown section with the HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. Now for the video, we're going to add this HTML with a section called video, now a divider with a class container and text center, so we have this spacing at the left and the right and the content is centered, a heading, and then a divider with a class video wrapper and an iframe inside. An iframe is content that comes from a different source than your website. In this case, it comes from this YouTube video. Okay, so if you go to any YouTube video, click share, go to embed, you have here a code you can copy and paste into your website. Okay, the problem with this iframe right here is that it will always have the same width and height. That means that if we have a very small screen, it will break our design because the width will always be the same. This is not a responsive video. And if we have a very big screen, it will look sometimes very small, okay? It doesn't take the space we want. And it even has more problems because sometimes this video, in this case, yes, but if we change this or maybe even remove it, okay, it might have a aspect ratio that it's not the same we want, okay? So you can see this video has some black lines at the left and at the right because it's not 16:9, which is the default aspect ratio of videos. So we are going to solve that. For this, I'm going to make a very clean iframe only with the source, okay, and allow for full screen so people can full screen it. And I'm going to show you how to make this responsive, okay? So for this, we're going to add this styling. In this case, I noticed with my code that I'm adding this padding at the top and at the bottom on most of my containers. So this is something we can refactor. We can make it simpler. So we're going to add a class instead of container. I'm going to add a class called container slash padding, like this, okay? And I'm going to add a padding of for m and 0 right here. And I'm going to change this class for the ones that add this padding. The hero, I'm going to delete it. Okay, so now this padding will be removed. I'm going to remove it from the countdown, which has a 2m, but we're going to change it to 4. And I'm going to remove this video padding right here, okay? I already added those classes, okay, container padding, but this way, just by adding this class here, this class here, we can even remove this video section, and instead of having it there, I'm going to add this right here. I'm going to add the container padding, so we have this spacing, okay? If you can see it, if I remove it, if I add it, we have this spacing. And I can remove then this divider right here. Sorry, only one. We can remove this divider, and now we have a more simple HTML and a more simple CSS. We have deleted one class and we only added one, but it's been applied multiple times. So if we change it, if we someday we want to change this padding, we only have to change it once, okay? So how are we adding this 16:9 aspect ratio? Let me show you. First, I'm going to comment this so I can show you, okay? If I select the video slash wrapper, okay, I'm going to add a background color of aquamarine, okay, so you can see it. Okay, this is the video wrapper. This one right here has a width of 100, okay? So if I add a width of 50%, you can see it takes less space, okay? This has a width of 100%, great. Now I'm going to select the video wrapper, the iframe, okay? This is the video itself. This is the container, this is the video. If I set a width of 100%, okay, so it's responsive. Right now it's responsive. The width will adapt to the width of our content, okay? If I make this smaller, okay, let me refresh. Why it's not being shown? Maybe this is having problem with this rendering this video, I think. Let me do it like this. Maybe the live server is having problem with this. Okay, now if I resize this, the video will adapt, okay? But it will always have the same height. And if I add a height of 100%, okay, it will be the same because it's taking the height from this video wrapper. And if I add here a height of 100%, I'm not solving it either because a height of 100% is not defined yet. Maybe I can add a height of 100 view height, which is the height of the screen, but I don't want this because I want it to maintain a certain aspect ratio, okay? So this is, I know, confusing and it's hard to understand, but it's the way it's done, okay? So you only have to, this is one of those things you have to memorize it, and if you want to do it, you already need to know that it's possible, okay? So you can search in Google how to make a video with an aspect ratio of 16:9, and you will get this code most certainly, okay? So what we are doing is adding, I'm going to show you this here, okay? So we have the video wrapper right here, and what we are going to create is we are going to create a padding right here, okay? So this will be a padding, a space using this padding bottom that will have the aspect ratio we want. It can be vertical, it can be horizontal, very horizontal, not that much. Okay, so this will be defined by this value. I will show you how to know this value in a moment. Okay, and what we are going to do is then we are going to create a video. Okay, this is going to be red, and we are going to position it absolute, and it's going to be relative to the parent. Okay, with an absolute position right here, and it's going to be top 0. So it's right here, and left 0, so it's right here. Okay, so the video will be here, and it will take the full height and width of the space we are creating with this padding, and this padding will be responsive. Okay, so if you make this smaller, this or maybe shorter, if you make this smaller, this padding will take the space it needs. Okay, so it will always, but always with the aspect ratio you define, and this video will always be at the top 0, left 0, and take all the width. That's the way we are going to make this responsive. But how do we get this value? Well, if you divide 9 by 16 and multiply it by 100, so you have it in percentage, you have 56.25. That's the value you need. If you want to use another aspect ratio, like aspect ratios, okay, so you can find in Google images of famous aspect ratios. You have it here. 16 by 19 TVs. Anamorphic, all TVs 4 by 3, okay? 1 by 1 is social icons, okay? So, for example, if you want to make it square, you have to make it, of course, 50%, and you can see, I don't know if it's been applied. It's not been applied. 25% it's been applied. Sorry, 100%, right? 100%. Yeah, because sorry, 1 by 1 it's not 0.5, it's 1. Okay, so it's 100% by mistake. Okay, so this way we have an aspect ratio of 1, but if we want a 16 by 9, we divide it in the opposite order, so 9 by 16 multiplied by 100, so we have the percentage, and we use this value. Okay, so 56.25. This makes the aspect ratio 16 by 9, so the video takes the full space. Okay, now we don't have those spacing. If I add 100, you will see that if I make this, we have these black lines at the top and at the bottom, but with the aspect ratio 16 by 9, we don't have that problem. Okay, so we have a position relative of the parent, and the video itself is in a position absolute, top 0, left 0, taking the full width and the full height. Okay, this thing I explained you right here. Okay, so it's at the top 0, left 0, and it's taking full width and full height of the spacing we are creating right here with padding button, and the overflow is hidden. This is only in case the video takes more space, it will be hidden. And now it's completely responsive, and it will always be 16 by 19. It doesn't matter the size of your screen. Okay, so we have a completely responsive video with the aspect ratio you want right here, defined by this padding button, this position absolute relative, taking full height, full width, and full height, and the entry point is top 0, left 0, with a very simple iframe HTML. For these feature images, we have what is usually called cards. So we have here a card with an image, a heading, and some description. Okay, so this is very common layout in many websites, and we have 3 of them. Okay, so we have 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so this is each of the items which are inside a flex container. Okay, so this flex container, as well as the one that we have right here with the countdown, will have a wrap property. Okay, so when we don't have enough space, it will wrap and take the next line right here, taking full width in this case, and when it doesn't have enough space, it takes a different line. The problem with this is, if I remove this styling for the image, you can see that images take a lot of space. Okay, so if we remove this, they will always take one extra line because the images are taking a lot of space. But we don't want to define a specific size for the images, like, okay, I want a width of 200 pixels, because I want this to be responsive. So we can solve it this way. We can adding a flex one with a minimum width, so it takes that width of 250 pixels, each of them. Okay, but we want them to adapt. Okay, so when we don't have enough space, to go to the next line, which is doing right here, only by adding this flex one inside a flex wrap, okay? And we also added a gap2, which is another utility class right here, okay? So we have some spacing in between the elements, okay? I will show you that later. But first, what we need to do is to solve the problem with the images that are taking a lot of space. So we only add a maximum width of 100%, and now it's taking the size of the parent container, which is that this one right here, feature item, okay, with a border radius, so it's rounded, and a margin bottom, so we have some spacing in between. In fact, I'm going to, I think, reduce it a little bit in between the image and the text, okay? So this is the basic styling that allows us to have this responsive design. So when we have space, each one takes one column. When we don't have enough space, the column collapses at 250 pixels, okay? So when the size is smaller than 250 pixels, it collapses, okay? So let me show you this. It has exactly 253 pixels right now. You can see it next to the image text right here, okay? So 253 pixels. When it's small enough, it collapses and it takes the full width because it's defined right here, okay? And as you can see, each of the elements, if we go to the parent container, have this purple spacing right here. That purple spacing is defined by the gap, okay? If I remove, we don't have the gap. Now we have it, okay? In between all the elements. That's made with this gap with utility class that we created right here, okay? Gap2, okay? And we applied it to the parent container. This heading is text center. This is basic with the container and container padding, which we already learned about, okay? So we have the padding right here and the container with a width of 90%, etc. And I also made something, okay? We have here lots of headings and they were small and very close together to the content. So I added not an utility class, but just a styling to all the heading 3, and I changed the font size to make them bigger and a little bit of margin bottom. Okay, so we have some spacing in between each element. In fact, I can add a little bit more because all these headings are H3, so now we have a little bit more of spacing and the font is bigger. I can even make it bigger if I want to, okay? So this is the feature images. It's a main section with the class features, which is only applying this background right here. Okay, so let me show you. It's applying this background color. And now we have this container padding, text center. In fact, this color is being applied to two places. So we can maybe add container secondary and apply this background color. That's something we can do and refactor. Okay, the code can change as many times as you want to improve it, but I think I'm going to leave it like it is right now. And we add the feature item with the flex one. Okay, so it takes the space it has to with this minimum width, and the text align centered. This is only centering this text, and the image is taking the full width, so it's responsive and it's not taking that many space. Okay, and border radius to make it look better, and a margin bottom. That's it. Now that we have the header, the countdown, the video, the feature images, we are ready to add a call to action, a buy button at the end. Okay, so right here we're going to add the HTML, which is a section with a buy now class, which will allow us to add a background color, and it also has a divider with a container and container padding. Container and container padding is not in the section because we want to add a background color. Okay, look, I'm going to add the styling, which is going to be very simple. It's just going to be a background color of red and a color of white. If we add this here, okay, like this, we will have a margin, so the background won't be applied to the whole section, okay, because the container has a maximum width of 90%. That's why you want to add it in a nested divider. Okay, we're not doing that in some other sections, such as the video trailer, because that one doesn't have a background, so we don't need it. Okay, but here we do. Now we have a heading 3, which we already styled at the top of our CSS right here. We have a paragraph and we have a anchor link with a button and button secondary class right here. Okay, we have this utility class with the padding, text decoration, etc. and the color is being applied with this button secondary class. Now you can play with this. You can maybe add right here a background image as we did in the hero section, or you can do anything you want. Try to experiment and learn by doing. And right at the end of our website, we're going to add the footer. Okay, so there is a footer tag you can use for this. And I'm going to add the container. Okay, so it has the same width, but I'm not going to add the container padding because we're going to use a smaller padding. Okay, and now I have a paragraph that says Magic Artistry, all rights reserved. Well, we are already at 2025. I started this course last year, but we are almost ending January. Okay, so now I added another divider with class social links, so I can style everything inside, and it has anchors with an image inside. Okay, so anchors don't need to have text. Okay, I can add here some text, you can see it here, but they don't need to have text. You can add other elements. Okay, an anchor is like a divider that you can click on. Okay, you can have text, or you can have an image, or whatever you want inside. Even the full footer can be an anchor. Okay, so I can add, imagine, let's do it here. Okay, the buy now section, I can add an anchor with a link to nowhere in this case, and I can have all the section inside an anchor. So now I can click everything is an anchor. Okay, everything is an anchor. So I can click the title, subtitle, the buy now button, everything is a link. Okay, in this case I'm going to remove it. Now for the styling, we're going to add a background, a black background color and a text color of white. Okay, the images were already there. Okay, these are the icons I gave you. They are in the images folder. Okay, so we have here the Facebook icon, Instagram icon, and Twitter icon, or X icon. Okay, they changed the name, but we're going to use it like this. So we have images inside. We just added a background and a text color, some padding. As I told you, we are not going to add the container padding because 4 will be too much. 4 M's will be too much. Okay. Now we add some margin, some inline margin. Okay. We can add margin 0. This is the top and bottom margin, and 0.5 or margin inline would be better. Okay, like this. It's the same. And now we're going to add the last part, which is going to be only adding a width of 24 pixels for the images. And now this, you can click on these images. Okay, we could add here the Facebook link. So https://facebook.com, and if you click here, this will open Facebook. Great, we have the footer. I'm going to explain you how to use media queries to create responsive designs that adapt to any screen size. So in this case, you can see it says big screen, but if I resize the screen and make it smaller, it says smaller screen. If I make it big again, it says big screen. And we can use this to change anything we want at our website. So in this case, I have two elements. Okay, I have a big screen element and a small screen element. They are just headings. Okay, so one has the class big, the other one has the class small. I added some padding and some border radius, and what I do is I do a display inline block for by default to the big element. Okay, so it's like this, it doesn't occupy the full width, but you can do a usual block display. Okay, this is the regular one, it doesn't matter. And for the small element, I'm going to say display none. Okay, so it's going to be hidden by default. And here is where you can apply media queries. Okay, so you write add media, in parentheses you will define the condition that the screen has to meet, and you can open and close curly braces to put any CSS style that will be applied when that condition is met. Okay, so in this case I have the condition that if the screen has a maximum width of 700 pixels, so when it's smaller than 700 pixels, we will hide the big element. Okay, we will say display none. I think this is not needed. and we will show the small element. Okay, so we will toggle these display conditions. And as you can see, if we have 701 pixels, the big screen is shown. But if I go 1 pixel down to 700 pixels, then the small screen is shown and the other one is hidden. Okay, so you can apply anything you want. For example, instead of hiding the elements, okay, I'm going to show both by default, so you can see here both elements. Maybe when the screen is smaller, I'm going to say text size, sorry, font size, sorry, font size of 12 pixels, okay, and for big and for small, for both. So as you can see, if we have a small screen, the font size changes. That's one example you can do. In this case, we will need a bigger one, okay? But you can adapt the text size based on the screen. Or maybe you want to have some padding right here that is very big, like I don't know, maybe 15 by 30. Okay, so we have a big padding, and I'm going to say display inline block. Okay, and when we make it smaller, we want to reduce the padding. So I'm going to say padding, and I'm going to say 2 pixels and 5 pixels, for example, padding. And you can change any property you want. So when there's a big screen, you can have this big padding and big font size. When you reduce the screen, you can have it smaller. But you can say also at the opposite. You can say, okay, when the width, the minimum width is 700 pixels, so the screen is bigger than 700 pixels, then apply this style. So it will be the opposite. When the screen is small, we will see it like this. When the screen is big, we will see it like this. So with this in mind, you can do anything you want. You can adapt any website to any screen so it looks exactly as you want it to look. And for the last lesson of this final project, we are going to create our nav bar, okay? Creating a navigation bar is something more advanced that I will cover more in depth in a future course if you enjoy this course. But basically, what every nav bar should have is a logo. In this case, is a heading 1, but you can change it for an image and add some width and height to it. It has a hamburger menu icon. In this case, is an image. You can also add an SVG. You don't see it, but it's right here. Okay, you can see it. I'm dragging it. Okay, this is the image. In fact, if I add a style background color of black, you can see it there. Okay, here is the image. Now, it also has an unordered list. This is how usually you create menus, okay, with list items, with an anchor and the link you want it to go, okay? Here we are adding a hash and the ID we used, okay? So if you see here, it has an ID of overview. Features, it has an ID, I think it should be here. It has an ID of features. And we have the last ID of buy now, and it is in the call to action right here, buy now. This makes it so when you click, it moves you to that part, okay? We will learn how to make this smooth later on, but when you click a link that has this hash right here and the ID of your element, it will move you to that element, okay? That's something really great you can do, and in fact I'm going to show you later on how to add the styling so it looks smooth, okay? Now that we have the basic elements, we need to style them. So we're going to add all the basic styling. I'm going to explain it right now. Basically we add a background, a text color, some padding, position sticky. This makes it so it's always at the top. You can see it. If I remove it, okay, now it's there. It's a regular element. But if I add it, we have it sticky always when we scroll, okay? So it's at the top position. We can move it so it has, we'll have to add pixels, okay? So now it's at the middle of the screen. This doesn't make sense, so we're going to leave it as it was. And the zeta index is so it's on top of all the elements, okay? The index is at what layer is this element, okay? So let me draw. Let me show you this, okay? So we can have like this is a great example. Maybe we have the container, we have an image, and we have a video on top. The index determines which element is on top. Okay, so if this one has a index of 50 and this one has an index of 100 and this one has an index of 1, this one will be on top of this one. But if we change this to 200, this one will be on top. Okay, so the one that has the higher value is on top. So in this case, we add a really high value. Now we align the items to the center. Okay, and we add a space between because we added here a flex styling. Okay, so you can see it's really simple if you follow along the course. Okay, so we have this element right here with the items at the center, but with the space in between. Okay, so we have one element far away to the left and one element far away to the right. Okay, in this case is the unordered list. We add a font size for the logo, so it's the size we want, and the nav links we remove the dots. Okay, so this is what adds these dots right here. When you have a list element, we remove them. We say display flex, so it's one next to the other, they are not occupying the full width, but they are one next to the other. And we add a gap in with the elements, so they are not one next to the other. The color and remove the text decoration from the anchor. Okay, so we are selecting the nav links class inside the list item and the anchor. Okay, and now with the menu toggle, which is this right here, which is in the middle, we're going to hide it by default because later we will add media queries to make our design responsive. Okay, but I added a width and a height and cursor pointer, so when you put the cursor here it looks like a button. Okay, it is not a button, we will add later on the functionality, but we add it here for styling. In fact, you can add many not allowed, for example, so it shows as if it is not allowed. You can change the behavior of the cursor from any element. Okay, but by default we are going to display none, so it's hidden, and we are going to make so when we resize the screen and the screen is small, we are going to hide these links right here, and we are going to show the anchor right there. Okay, and as I promised you, I'm going to show you how to make the smooth scroll. It's just adding this property right here, HTML scroll behavior smooth. So when we click here, it moves smoothly, and this is a great way to make a navigation, so we can feature some sections. Okay, so you have a direct link to the buy now section. Okay, because when we click here, the link is this has buy now, and this container right here has the ID buy now. Okay, so that's how we specify it. Okay, this has the ID buy now, and this has the link right here buy now. So that's the basic styling. Now we are going to make this navigation responsive. And for the final step, we are going to make this navigation responsive, and we are going to add some functionality with JavaScript. But first, the styling. What we do is we add a media query, so if the screen is less than 700 pixels, this styling will be added. What happens is we're going to add a flex wrap to the navbar. This means that if some of the elements don't have enough space, it will take a new line, as we did right here. Okay, so if you can see these images, when they don't have enough space, they take a new line. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3. Great. What we do also is to show the menu toggle, the image. Okay, so when we reduce the screen size, we can see this menu toggle. And what we do is for the nav links, which is this part right here, we say flex direction column. This means that it will take the full column, and we add here a 100% width. Okay, so if this is taking a full width, okay, so if these elements are taking full width, a full column, that means that the text wrap will make them to go one line down. Okay, so I can comment this and you can see it's one next to the other, but if I add the wrap property, it goes underneath. Okay, so this is the styling we need for our menu when it's open. Okay, so if we have a big screen, it's like this. If the screen is smaller, we add here a hamburger menu that we will be able to toggle, so we can open and close the menu with JavaScript. We will do that in a second. And we have here the menu, and we can go to each of the links, okay? So by default, we want this menu to be hidden, okay? So the nav links, we add display none, and we are going to create an extra class which is going to be nav links active, and it will say display flex, okay? So this will show the menu, okay? If we change nav links from display none to display flex, it shows that element, okay? I'm going to remove this so it doesn't keep scrolling. So that's what we are doing. We are adding a class that has a display flex, and it has this important tags, so it has more priority over this display none that we have right here. And we are going to add and remove this class with JavaScript. So we are going to add a function called toggle menu, and what it does, it gets the menu toggle, this image right here, by doing a document query selector menu toggle with the class, and it also gets the nav links that right now are hidden, okay? These nav links right here, and we select them with the query selector nav links. Now we're going to add an event listener to the menu toggle, okay? So when we click here, okay, a click event listener, so when we click here, this will be activated, okay? In this case, we are going to add to the nav links class list, we are going to toggle the nav links active. Toggle means that when we click, if it is already there, it will remove it, and if it is not, it will add it, okay? So it will toggle that class. Of course, we need to add this function right here so it works. Now, if I click here, it adds that class. If I click here, it removes it, okay? So I'm going to show you. I'm going to inspect. I'm going to hide this a little bit. Let me do this smaller, and let me select. We are adding it to the nav links, okay, which is the nav link right here. So you can see we have nav links. If I click, then it has this nav links active class, okay? You can see when we click, that class is toggled. So we add it, we remove it. We add it, we remove it. And what it does, it changes the display from none to flex. So with this, we have completed our website. We have a fully responsive website. We can add more styling if you want. For example, you can do this hero section responsive. Maybe when the screen is really small, you want to have the text centered like this, okay? So you add hero content, text align center, when the media query, the max width is less than 700 pixels. Or for example, these images right here, you can make them smaller. You can do whatever you want with these media queries, and you can also change it not for small screens, but also for bigger screens. If someone has a really big screen, maybe you want to show a different display. And now we have also this responsive design that we can toggle. We can click each of the links. It's working great. We can make the screen bigger. This text changes also with this query that we created. We have the countdown working with our JavaScript, the video, which is responsive, the images that are completely responsive with that flex wrap property that we added. We have the call to action. We have everything already completed. Well, that's all for today. If you enjoyed this course, I'm going to ask you just one thing. Please share this course with at least one of your friends, subscribe and hit the like button. It helps me a lot. And if you want to keep learning more amazing skills, you can go to kairosplan.com. We have tons of free courses. So, my name is Julio Rivera and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.